Okay, that seems to work. Damn it. I thought I could delay the start of it. But I guess I just went full right into it.
That's epic. That's how we do it.
Oh, hold on, guys. I need to restart Discord. I have a memory leak. Linux problem.
Okay.
I thought he was kidding first.
Oh, we got some chat. Hey, Ronan. Hey, Novelid. Welcome, guys. So I need to give the link to the stream itself. We're in a little preamble stage. Sometimes it lets me like stream and then hit start after, but this time it didn't. It just went all the way in.
So, are we live now?
Yeah, technically. Yeah. I'm
Fantastic.
just trying to get the link here. So
that one, right?
Yeah, that should be it.
Sweet.
Today at 4:44. Yeah, that should be the link.
All right. Get that announcement sent through.
Boom.
Boom. There it is.
Okay, so I gotta minimize.
Surprise stream.
Let's do it.
All right, so lots of people are here. Hello, everyone. So, as we traditionally say, hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Aurogiri. And today I am not alone. I am here with, as you can see in the background, my Discord is open, and we're in a call. And I am, with great pleasure, to be with you with Pianosuke and Papa. And there's Pianosuke in the chat.
Thank you so much. We're honored to be here.
Right on.
Indeed.
So, let's just get a little preamble going, a little bit of introductions, just, get everybody's feet wet, let people know what's going on. So, I never really talked about it too much in the past, but I was aware of what was going on. And essentially, there's been a partnership between two companies, Cyberstep, we all know and love Cyberstep, and Catheon Gaming. And there's a partnership that has, happened, and it's involving lead development of Onigiri and Onigiri in the future. And from what I can tell, things are looking very promising. The team that's taken over is very, very chill, very down to earth, very respectfully minded. They're gamers at heart. From what I've heard, they do a really great job. They're really passionate. I can only say so much. I'd rather let them introduce themselves, whoever would like to go first, either Piano or Papa, whoever. And if you want to give a little bit about yourself, who you are, how you came to Oni, what it means to you, and, whatever comes to mind.
Take the floor, Papa.
Thanks, I appreciate it. So, stop me if I ramble on. Papa is what they call me here, but nowhere else. Very interesting enough. So I've been a gamer all my life, and I've studied civil engineer with what's it called, industrial economy and management, with a master's in data science. However, I did not complete this education because I found Catheon gaming and like the NFT and crypto space. So one thing led to another. I was with one of the projects within Catheon, but quickly climbed the ranks, and the opportunity came for an MMORPG, and a game that I actually thought, like, I didn't want to just jump on any game, so there were two other offers before that I turned down. But when Onigiri came around, as I told Piano, I've been playing a lot of World of Warcraft, so I missed MMORPG. I loved the Japanese language and culture, so I pretty much jumped right into it.
That's awesome. The stars seem to have aligned on that front.
Yeah, that's great to have an MMO background and interest in the culture, because Oni, as we know, it's the story of Japanese lore, Shinto gods, demons, pretty much everything. Like, they have Leviathan that's from Christian mythology. They have Ifrit from like Sanskrit, stuff like that. Like the game
True.
primarily is in Drench. Like the entirety of it is anime. It's Japanese. It's all in that cultural sphere. And then it all comes together in an MMO that's actually fun to play, and it's good, and it stands on its own 2 feet. So it's, as long as you enjoy that MMO culture, that grinding, that appreciation of gear, the teamwork, the development, all that stuff, it's really great to have someone of that who understands that mindset taking the reins here. So that's great.
Absolutely agreed.
So
a little bit about myself. Yeah.
How are you?
So where I come from, I've been personally a player of Onigiri as well for 8 years. I joined back in 2014 when I saw some ads on YouTube. I came in the game, everyone was super friendly, and I instantly fell in love with the game, and ever since then it's been like a huge part of my life. I've met people that I'm extremely thankful for throughout the game's history. It's been an insanely big impact on me personally, and because of that, I want to do everything in my power to give back to the community, to the player base. So I founded a little bitty itty bitty project, a community project called Project Oni. And what we did was we gathered information, we gathered players, and we started building a collaborative effort to get to help out new players in game, to think of ideas to improve Onigiri, and to try to get the ball rolling on something. And one thing led to another. I found Catheon. We got on board, the stars aligned, things seem to be going things have been moving really fast lately, and we're set to launch a new server called Onigiri Metaverse. So that's a little bit about me, where I come from, and what we're working towards now. I'm currently planning to develop the Onigiri Metaverse server. So I'm going to be involved in a lot of that side of things. So we have kind of all the pieces of the puzzle here today to kind of like interview each other. So I'm really excited to get started with that. So yeah, thanks for having me. I'm super honored to be here. Big fan of your channel.
Well, thanks so much for that. And again, thank you for bringing up this opportunity this morning. Like, we've been talking in the past, and then today you said, hey, you want to, like, we're going live very soon. Do you want to do a collaborative event, talk about it, get both sides of the equation going? And I'm very appreciative of that too. So I'm glad, you've watched me and I've been talking to you. I've been keeping up. That's fantastic. It's great to know. It's great to see. It's great to hear. It's honestly unbelievable, really, because, you played Oni as long as I have, even longer, and you know how many, for how much frustration we've had with Cyberstep in the past. Like, sometimes it feels like we'd come up with good ideas, or we'd play it and be like, man, what if it was like this? What if it was like that? What if it was, and it sort of feels like when you pray to a God that doesn't listen. It's like, I really like what you do, but can you do this? And, And in recent years, that has kind of led to the big crux of the main problem with Oni, is that we as a player base, we feel that they don't play their own game anymore. Like, they don't eat their own cooking. They put something out into the ether and they think, well, are they going to like it? Are they going to play it? Are they going to pay for this or that? And a lot of the times it's just a missed high five. Like, this is really cool and all, but, KG does that better. Mia does that better. It's always a lot of missed high fives that happen. So the fact that we can have something closer to open dialogue with both sides, like with developer side, with things like that. Like, we've had a disappearance of GMs. We've had like Cyberstep used to answer Facebook inquiries. They used to, like, if someone lost their energy, they might give you a restore in presence. Like, there used to be a lot more engagement with the player base. And then that just suddenly dropped all of a sudden. Like, throughout the years, like, Oni came out on how many different platforms? Like, originally it was JPPC, and then PC, and then you had the next children, which were Xbox and PlayStation. Then you had the EU versions, then you had Switch, then you had Steam, and then servers started coming down, and then servers started coming up, and it's like, what are they doing? They're casting this wide net, but they're not, we started to feel neglected in some regards. Like, you know what I mean? Like, have you ever felt that way yourself?
So, That has been a huge part of my motivation to actually start to get the ball rolling on something here, because I think it definitely comes down to the root of all that is lack of communication and lack of connection between the developer side and the player base side, because there's a lot of things that happen throughout the game's history that only the players get to experience and really know of, and the devs not necessarily aren't interested in learning about it. They just don't know about it, and they can't know what they don't know. And that's kind of where the problems arise from. So my vision personally, and what gives me the most passion, is being able to finally bridge that gap once and for all, so that we can have a healthy, sustainable, long-term lifespan for Onigiri. We can get things rolling again. We can get some new players in. We can support a new server, and have the best, make Onigiri the best it can be, because its potential is it's insane. I believe in Onigiri's potential from the bottom of my heart, and I know it can shine so much brighter and reach so many more people, because our humble little game, we love it from the bottom of our hearts, and I know we want to share it with people. So I think this is a great opportunity to finally get that rolling.
Right, and we talked about that earlier, about the whole thing about bridging. And in a way, I said to you, I said, I don't want to butter you up, but right now you are being that bridge. You are being the as they say, you want to be the change you want to see in the world. So you have attained that. It's
all about initiative.
Right, because in this call, this gathering, we have, the three sides. Let's say the Triforce of damage, as we used to call it.
The Triforce, I like it.
Remember that?
Yeah.
You have the player side, you have dev side, and you have developer side. And throughout the years, we've had, less GM interaction. We've had less, we used to have contests, we used to have posts, we used to have stuff like that. And now it's just, whatever we believe as players is the way to do things, we'll do it. And, it is what it is. Right.
So, why don't we begin and sort of give an introduction about where Onigiri's going? Would you like to start there, or is there any point you want to start first with?
So the only other thing I would bring up is that this is not the first live stream you two have done concerning this topic, just to make reference to it. Right. So about a week ago? About last Sunday, or maybe a week before? But recently, you and Papa had done a AMA type live stream within your own Discord server, and it was basically just bouncing questions from that group of players. They posted questions, you guys addressed it, you worked through as many as you could, and then just had some discussion amongst each other, throughout and afterwards. That happened. As soon as it happened, I was I woke up when it was done. I was like, oh no, I didn't even realize. And I was like, oh, I wish I would have been there.
I know, man.
Yeah, oh man, if I could have been the fly on the wall, if I could have just put some notes on the table,
Yeah, that would have, yeah, 100%.
So then I started hitting you up, man, that was great. We should do something. You're like, you want to do something? Hell yeah, I want to do something for you.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Exactly. So. That has led to this gathering, let's say, beyond, the approach of I don't want to say your guys's, but the Onigiri meta server is coming, the next step. So with that said, we have the, that was not your PC. I'm probably getting Discord messages occasionally, so if the chat feels as though...
You might want to turn on Do Not Disturb for this, just so people don't freak out.
Oh, but it's fun. They're like...
Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's one way to...
The tease.
The tease, man.
Oh, yeah.
But, absolutely. So, definitely you guys, everyone in chat, big point you guys should know is you are absolutely free to ask whatever you want. We're here to answer. We're here to just open up this discussion. And start the next step in the future of Onigiri.
Yeah, for sure. As it generally is with my streams, this is more formal than you guys are used to, but it's pretty chill in a sense.
Yeah.
We're starting with direction now, and we're gonna open the floor to your guys' questions. To if you guys feel something's important or you want to bring it up, we'll scroll through chat periodically and we'll address it as we go. It won't just be me trailing off on ideas and then there's a chat. Let me just go look at it. So
Yeah. Awesome.
Um,
Well, how about Papa? Would you like to sort of explain to people what the OGM server is, what Onigiri Metaverse is? Is it different than Onigiri? Is it the same game? You know, what's kind of going on there? Is it a new server?
Sure, I'm happy to dig into it. So, and if there's anything that's unclear, the questions that you guys are asking in the chat, it's great, so we can get a sense of what you guys know and don't. But OGM, the Onigiri Metaverse server, it's going to be a completely new server. So everyone's going to start with a clean slate. We're all going to be equals when we start. Obviously, some of us are built different. I mean, you guys, you know more than me. I'm level 33 right now. You would know how to level up faster and what to do and what not to do and stuff. But essentially, it's going to be like a restart. And the type of agreement we have is that we're going to host the server, and we're going to have more control of the code. But that doesn't mean we can do whatever we want. We're going to stay true to the game and the philosophy and everything. But we still, if there's stuff we want to fix, we'll be able to. We don't have to, reach out to them and hope for stuff. We can just get our hands dirty ourselves and fix whatever we want to fix.
So a quick example of that. Sorry, I just wanted to give like a quick example of things that we could fix in the game. For example, we all know, as per tradition in Onigiri, there's, the hour-long timer till your game client crashes or your server disconnects. Things like this would be my priority in stabilizing so that the game can support, players to actually be logged into the game for a long amount of time, because some of us do put in long hours. So things like game client crashing, server disconnects, possibly FPS performance, and like things like chat bugs, party bugs, pretty much any bug that you guys report. I want to make that a priority to tackle and get sorted out so that Onigiri can be a flawless gameplay experience, because I believe that's what it's going to take in order to keep players engaged in the long term. So that was just a quick example, but yeah.
Right, so just looking at the chat, like the first thing, I want to clarify, and I just typed it in the chat real quick, but the notion of on this server it is a clean state, it is the point that it's on this server, like on the new OGM server. It's not confused with like if you already play on Steam, you already play on PlayStation, or you already play on JPPC. That's literally it, right? Nothing's going to happen, to my knowledge, to our characters, our progress, our stuff. It's that on this newer server, it's, everyone just starts anew, because it's a new server. It's like when Steam came out, after PC did, it was a new server. It was a new play to go. So just to quell those fears right now before we get hit with 50 downlikes. Downlikes, what are those called? Dislikes?
Dislikes.
Yes. Slam that downlike button.
Sorry about that. Maybe I should have mentioned that, like the first thing I said, that we're going to keep the existing servers and create another one on top of that, which is... So you can, keep playing whatever on the server you are right now. We won't change or force you to do anything, but if you want to try out the new server, then you're more than welcome to join it, for sure.
Exactly. Yep, so all your guys' accounts, characters, all our stuff on Steam, JPPC, PlayStation 4, all that's going to remain as is, and we're going to branch off into like a new server from scratch, and we're all going to start ground floor, from zero, level 3, because you do the tutorial, you automatically get level 3, so not level 1, level 3.
Unless it's during Fever.
That is true, and then you'll start at like 7 or something, right? Like 4 or something.
Or if you find a gold Daruma mid-run. You can actually come out of training grounds level 30.
No way, I've never known that.
Yeah, because you can't actually hurt a gold Daruma with your current kit. Or no, it's training grounds you do. So there's a chance, because if you have Shizuka with you as a partner, because you do, Shizuka can kill a Goldaruma with her basic attack because it's considered like non-elemental damage.
That's true. Yeah, non-elemental.
So on some ults, we've come out actually higher level. That's the trivia right there that people don't know.
Hey, if you guys want to speedrun the new server, there you go. There's your tactic.
Yeah, it's literally Goldaruma, field boss, speed engine, do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have a cool idea.
That would be like slingshot speedrunning. Like, what was
that? The idea I have is race to the moon, because there's a big iconic nature regarding rocket ships and to the moon in the meta space, and I think it would be great to have a speedrun contest for the first players to get to the moon in Onigiri, because it actually is a real place, and I think that thematically works so well. And we could potentially give away some really special rewards for that in game.
Right, and that is that's actually reminiscent to the original. When Oni first dropped on every console, we had the Tour de Kaga, which was like the first people to get to Kaga and finish the story, then get to Echigo, and they used to do that when new content came out, like Up to the Moon. So it's kind of reminiscent of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. So yeah, that's kind of the direction that we're heading in.
Right. So, like, in terms of direction, I like personally, if I were heading this, or in my opinion, I think the first thing you do is you sort yourself out first. You fix pre-existing bugs. You make things as smooth as possible, and then you begin your conquest. Like you get things in order. You can't run a marathon until you fix your broken leg.
I love that.
Like,
that is so true.
like it's just
and if you look at some other projects some of the games that are trying to go from the current existing, as we call it, Web 2 model, where you have a closed ecosystem, like all the money you put in is sunk cost, and the assets in the game cannot be transferred to any other game, then these types of games, when they transition into the so-called Web 3 space, where you can have NFTs and tokens, and I'll explain a little bit what those are if anyone thinks that sounds like greed. But basically, they like rush things, and if you look at our roadmap, we've given ourselves like a good 6 months to.
Yep.
I mean, 4 or 5, not 6, 4 or 5 months to figure this stuff out. So we definitely want to get things right, get the fundamentals down, and then have a great experience playing the game.
Right.
With the help of piano, of course.
Yeah, we're going to do our absolute best on that front, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Right, and that's music to my ears, to a lot of our ears, because that's exactly right. Usually, like, whenever, like, it's the same thing at work, like, oh, it's under new management. It's like, oh no, what are they going to ruin? Like, the biggest fear for gamers and just adults and people in general is, the old adage, don't fix what isn't broken. Like, a lot of times they'll be like, hey, so we ruined the thing that you really liked. It's like, really?
Wow,
Did you
thanks,
fix
guys.
the other stuff? There's other things. Like, I thought this was the problem. And it's like, right now you're the problem. Like,
Oh, man.
Like I feel like everybody that's worked a job in their life, they kind of know that feeling. It's like, all right, cool.
Yep.
So there's always worries, there's always fears, and, contention. Like, okay, what's going on? Like, we just want our stuff to, remain intact, and then go from, just get more stuff,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying they're hearing me twice. I think I'm just that powerful, but I don't know what I can do to fix them.
Is it coming through my mic, maybe? Let me,
I don't know. I mean, I think it's my mic doing that. Yeah, it might just have to be that way, because, like, you guys were around last time I streamed. My computer, like, blew up or something. It broke. My gaming computer that I normally stream from. So that's usually avoided. And right now, just because of time constraints and, the nature of things, I'm using my laptop. And, the audio comes out of it, and then it gets received by it. So if it's not too much of a problem, then please bear with it. But if it is really, really big of a problem, I'll try to do something about it, but I don't know what I can do. Again, welcome. We do have a lot of people here, some of the most we've ever had in a while. 31 congruent viewers. Welcome, everyone. 13 likes. I really appreciate that, guys. I appreciate you guys coming out. I see a lot of the chat here. You know, people are like, oh, make bow good, make this good, you know, make it better. That's the stuff I like to see, because it's, you know, it's not,
Love
oh
to see
no,
it.
boo. It's like, you know, make it better, make it good, like, yay.
Yes, that is exactly what I wanted to see, and that warms my heart so much. You can't even know.
And that right there is, that is one of the most important things about Oni, is that Onigiri, in terms of MMOs, it is the most, to me, it is the most freedom based in what you do. Because you choose your build, you choose what weapons you use, you choose what mags you use. You're not tied to a class. You can reset your stats. You know how much freedom we have. We optimize ourselves based on what we want to do. Like other MMOs that I played in the past, like Terra, like you'll just have a class and you have certain moves, and you look up a guide. How do I play this character, this class effectively? And they'll say you hit 1, 2, 4, 6, 5 over and over in rotation until the boss dies. And if something goes wrong, they just mark it a skill issue. You know, like that's in Oni. It's you choose your weapons, you build them, you craft them. You have so much choice, and I think. When people are saying, you know, buff bow, buff spear, it's not like in other games or even like metas, let's say, like a card game meta. It's like, oh, if they make something new, a new card, well, if it's the best, it's going in your deck. There's no sense of identity. There's no sense of pride, you know. But in Oni, it's, you know, they could make the best, like, it would take, like, a huge power creep to make it be like, well, you know, Twin, I'm going to go play Twin Sword because Collapsing Blade's better than the Dark on every other class, you know?
Yep.
Like, in those instances, it's like, it's very rare. Like, a lot of times we just want, you know, cool stuff for our class, you know?
Yeah,
I think preserve our identity.
I think that's a really special part of Onigiri is the identity, is the personalization, because I know so many different types of players in the game who all play different weapon classes, and they all have like their own different style. And I think that's something we want to preserve as a priority, is that spirit of identity, that spirit of personalization that you put into your character, because it's kind of like an extension of yourself, I believe. So yeah, here's a topic. Vanguards. There's a lot of cool stuff coming up for that. Papa, if you would like, I think it would be really exciting for viewers to hear about like what the NFTs will actually do in the game, because they're not just pieces of artwork that you own on a website. They're going to have some serious benefits. But maybe we should learn a little bit about the background of what they are in the first place.
Yes.
So we can kind of know how that's going to work out.
So, like, NFTs, like, that's a new developing thing. Like, I'm not going to explain it. I just want to give a little more preface to this. Because I'm not very fluent in it. I know of them. You see it on Twitter, you know. You always see stuff like, hey, this guy's got a monkey picture. What's that? Let me go right-click, save that. Ha, ha, ha. You know, like, that's... Right. That's generally, like, the consensus of my peers on what that entails. Yeah. So, like, am I correct in stating that an NFT is, like, it's, what is it, a non-fungible... thing, I don't know.
Token, yeah. You're dead on. So, you know, an NFT is a non-fungible token. So each one of these are unique, and they will have different traits and everything that, not initially, but a bit further down the line, you'll have actual in-game representations of your NFTs, and for some people, that's attractive enough, like just a purely cosmetic utility. Nothing more. But what we have in mind, like you probably heard, for those of you who were in the last DMA that I did with Piano, we want to give them added utility, and there are ways to do that without sacrificing balance and, you know, not making a player's OP. So we definitely want to avoid pay to win, and
exactly.
That's why we've treaded carefully. We've given it a few benefits, what we call utility. I mean, everyone knows what that means, but that's the kind of term that's being used in the space that we're in. But yeah, so you know, that's the beautiful thing about these smart contracts, which is an NFT basically is. It's a smart contract that you can. You can program it to be changeable like we have, so we can just add on things. But right now, what we do have, so there are going to be some utilities outside the game for those who are purely investors. But if you're looking at, I guess the audience who's here are mostly players.
Right.
Right.
So
yeah. So for players, I mean, you're gonna have like rare loot boxes in the game that we can airdrop to you. The more rare your NFT is, the higher chance of you getting it. You're gonna have drop rate bonuses for specific items that Pianos told me. Like, there's some items. What was the oil called that we got here the other day?
Yes, he had the rare drop purified oil, and I was like, yo, you got the rare one.
That's how I roll.
Yep, first time, man. Beginner's luck, I swear to God.
Yeah, so, so basically the NFTs can give you utilities such as that. So maybe you're farming for some end game item, you want the best in slot, and instead of pumping in 30 hours, maybe you have a good job and you don't have those hours, but you have the money, then you can buy the NFTs and they'll give you what's it called,
extra drop boost, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of fun stuff you can do with it, and those are some of the things that we have. And also the conversion rates from Ryu tokens to Onigiri tokens, which will be sellable for actual fiat money, dollars or whatever your currency is.
So that's the play to earn part. You can actually earn back from playing in the game now. Like, that's the plan.
Yeah, and it's not like most of you have heard of, and like myself are probably, I was very skeptic because you would hear about people like, oh, quit your job and play the game. Like, that's not really what we're selling here, but you can like get some value back. You can earn some money, absolutely. So when you if you ever decide to quit the game, you don't go out like empty-handed.
Right. So if you don't mind, could I give a quick example of what that would practically look like for a player?
Sure, go ahead.
Sweet. So here's the most exciting thing to me, and something we should spread the word about, is these NFTs. They're actually going to be tied to in-game vanguards. So this is the exciting part. When you buy an NFT, you're going to get that vanguard in-game on your character. So, for example, let's say you get a Lancelot NFT. You log into Onigiri, automatically Lancelot is in your your partner list.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and that Lancelot will be a custom version of Lancelot. It'll be the same Vanguard with all the same damage, all the same skills. We're not going to touch the balancing too much on that, but it's going to be cosmetically different. Think of it as a unique costume for that Vanguard. So here's what that's going to look like. You get an NFT, you get the Vanguard in-game, and you can level up the NFT to level up the Vanguard. And basically, it's a very low entry point to actually get into the end game and get some power on your side, because we all know how frustrating the gacha can be with some of those drop rates or those
win rates,
those roll rates. Yeah, win rates. So I think it's really exciting for us as players to have a lower entry level in order to get a piece of that, because, for example, I've started free to play. I was strictly free to play for like the first 7 years of my time in Onigiri, and I really struggled to get to roll platinums in the Nyankoropan. So this is going to be a way for new players to easily get a piece of that without going too overboard, obviously. But we definitely want to open up that more and balance out the playing field between pay-to-win players and free-to-play players, because I believe there's a bridge we can make to sort of balance that out and give both sides mutual benefits, and we can coexist and run the same dungeons together. I want to promote more different types of players playing with different types of players in parties as much as possible, so that there's not just the free-to-play players and then the whales that go off and do their own thing. I want to kind of bring everyone together in that sense. So, any questions on that?
So, I'll take the floor for a second, just to just get some clarity for myself and ask some relevant points to that. So, this let's say you get Lancelot. It's an NFT Lancelot, and it's like different colored. Let's say it's like a different. So, is this akin to like a different palette? in a way?
Right, so it won't just be a palette, it'll actually be what we call stacked traits. And I have a few different plans of how to implement this, but for example, one idea would be customly rendering, like building the model. The game client will automatically build the model, so you'll have a different hairstyle, a different costume, different facial features, cosmetic things like that actually make your Vanguard have its own personality, its own character to it. So it won't just be the default, look. It'll be a little bit unique, tied to, yeah.
So, like, right now, like, in-engine, let's say, if I have a Vanguard, like Lancelot, I go to Lancelot's outfit change page, there's default, and then there's, like, awakened, and then there's, like, the ones you buy, swimsuit, whatever.
Yep,
so would this work akin to where, let's say, you get a Vanguard, you get Lancelot, would you have access to, like, default Lancelot, and then be able to select, NFT Lancelot that you own as your outfit? Like, would you be able to have the alternating?
That's a good question. Right, so would you, have the default look, but also have your custom...
Because then you'd preserve, like, the character's natural essence, right?
Right.
And then when you want to flex, you bring it out. Like, you own it irregardless, I would imagine. And then, but you have the character. And then... Yeah,
I believe that's fair enough.
Like, that makes the most sense to me, because you're literally just, like, using a key to unlock access to character, and then you have that scroll, that colorization, that palette swap, that skin, whatever. Like, that to me makes the most sense.
Yeah, I think
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you bring up. Given that alternate customability, and actually, what would be really cool on that point? Not only would you just have the two options, but let's say you get another Lancelot NFT, you'll have a third option.
Yes.
I think that would be how I want to aim for, in terms of giving the player the option to control the customability. Right,
because to me, more options is always better. It's always better to have the option, a toggle, whatever. Like, you browse the internet, you say, well, do you want to see NSFW stuff? It's either the company can be like, no, you can't see it, or you have a toggle switch. You have control of both options. Control is always better. It's always better to have your own, because if let's say a new character comes out, I really, really like their aesthetic. But then I get the NFT version of it, and it's just like, oh, this one looks a little different. It's not as appealing anymore. Sure, it still plays the same, but there's still the aesthetic value.
So everyone has different preferences.
Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. I think if you were to get a character, you should have access to, like, it's like your own specific skin according to what you own.
Yeah,
and then you own that skin.
Put that. Yeah, we could put that in the costume select menu, because that's fully implementable. Like, in terms of a game code standpoint, that's totally possible. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and then you could, by extension, we have weapon skins. Like, the same thing could apply. You have a sword skin that you got, and it's yours.
Yep.
It looks like the Golden Dragon, but it's black and yellow, and it looks really cool. Like,
exactly.
Like, that would be... That's my understanding of how it would go, because then you get the best of both worlds. You own something, it gives you your little drop advantages or whatever it may be, Ryu gain, maybe your Vanguard regenerates faster, I don't know. But, like some little passive bonus or whatever you haven't planned for it, but you still preserve the original character, because, me, I got into the game, because I liked Ibaraki. I'm like, my friend's like, do you want to play this game? I'm like, I don't know, man. He's like, look at Ibaraki. I'm like, I'm in, So.
Yeah, that I believe that was the same ad that I saw on YouTube originally.
Yeah. So in the chat, I did see a couple things in passing while you guys were talking. I just want to think about what to address, because there were a lot of good points, you guys in chat. As always, you guys are phenomenal.
There are so many good points.
Focused and talking.
Love to see that.
So Austin says, my main concern is the platform, and is there a subscription/renting cost to just log into the new game, or does the NFT only apply to Vanguards? Like, is it still free to play, free to access? Will there be any subscriptions or renting or anything like that in the metaverse?
Papa, what do you think?
Yeah, so great question, by the way. So it's going to be absolutely free. You never have to spend a single cent if you don't want to. However, if you do want to, there are the options to buy these NFTs, and they'll be listed on you can list them, buy and sell them on secondary marketplaces and stuff like that. So you don't.
So, on that point, that opens up a very interesting feature request that the Onigiri player base have been asking for a very long time, and that is trading vanguards.
Oh my god.
What do you guys think about that?
People just lost their shit thinking.
Well, they're having like
we're having a
midlife
moment.
crisis.
Yep. Our whole world is disassembling and reassembling itself right now.
It's just like,
yeah, I get that.
When you're sitting there in a wheelchair and it's like, man, I have all this stuff, I'd love to use it. And it's like, you can walk,
Oh, I love that.
Because, like, I know myself personally, like, everyone knows my story of when I tried to get, 150 Miyamoto, and it was a 2-character banner, and I had spent like $1,000, like, trying to get one copy. Like, one more. I had gotten the 4, I needed one more, scroll. And I got a triple platinum Azura roll. Like, I was defeated. I ended up grinding her to 110. It took, like, 3 Ryu caps in a whole month to do it. I did it, but it was insane. And now I have 11 other character sitting in my inventory that I can't use.
Right.
Because that was 5 years ago. I'm... Like, I will whale on occasion, but I am, like, the tip of the iceberg for some of the players I know in this game. So the topic of trading vanguards, trading essentially these premium, amazing, cool things that we have purchased or gotten on accident, it just sits in our inventory. It has no auxiliary use. We can't... Like, there's people crying in a corner like, man, I've spent X amount and I have, like, 1 copy of this thing. And I'm like, dude, if I could give you 2 or 3, do it.
Right, exactly.
And I always said, like... Now, I would always interpret it as the reason why Cyberstep would never do something like that, even though talks existed, was that the point of gacha is to maximize profit. Like, it's there, profit. You can get it, you can get lucky. That's the point, is you can get lucky. That's the big
Everyone
thing.
has the opportunity, yeah.
Right. And, you'll watch a streamer, they get lucky. Oh, I'm going to get lucky. You get shit on. That it happens. It's the nature of the that game
hit home.
So...
And this is what, and you're touching on, if I may, you're touching on a very interesting point where I think NFTs become pretty exciting. So, the first time I could like visualize NFT having real utility in a game was I was playing League of Legends, and I'm like, why the hell can I sell? Why can't I sell my skins? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm so used to being like very formal and then not being formal. But yeah, okay, good. That's great. So yeah, I'm like, why the fuck can I sell my skins?
There you go.
To be very, very good. And then I'm like, if it's an NFT, they will actually incentivize. They would want us to trade these with each other.
It turns, it flips the equation.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly. So, because the NFTs, they have royalties for the creator, so
right, like there's an intrinsic value to it, and there's an incentive on both sides. Because
exactly, so I just wanted to that's very interesting that you mentioned that, because NFTs can actually help create incentive for both parties.
Right,
so
and
you can pay them.
Yeah, and that's always been my tool of speculation when I do videos and streams and I just spitball ideas, things like that. I always try to imagine it, would Cyberstep allow it? What does the developer have to gain alongside the player? Like, you have to meet in the middle of the road. They're not just going to give you stuff for free or let you do things that disadvantage them when they could just literally do nothing and continue to make money, presumably. So, back in the day, or at least on our server, where we have bizarreable trading, where there are some items that they trade for nothing. Some things have a minimum value attached to them, which a lot of the times doesn't make sense because they're just they've kind of butchered that market. But the main thing was that I'd always said, if we gave an intrinsic value, based on player perspective, generally a Vanguard will run you 500 OC. If you're lucky, you'll get a Vanguard, like a scroll. If you roll $50, you get something. Generally, that used to be you'd get 5, but that was when the pool was a lot smaller.
Right.
But generally, the consensus is $50 gets you a scroll. A lot of our veteran players, they'll be like, if you want to max out a character, you want to get 5 copies of that character, unless you get lucky. You pretty much have to set aside like 500 to $1,000 if you really wanted to commit with the current state of the gacha, because then you had your you have the Yorozu guaranteed pity, things like that they'd kick in, but it's so expensive to reach that point.
Right.
So I'd always said, well, if we know the intrinsic value of what a Vanguard is worth or should be worth, like 500 OC, we'd say, well, why doesn't Cyberstep just make it so you have to use paid OC, so somebody else is putting in, they're willing to buy it. Like, you have people lining up who want to buy it, but they're not able to. It's weird. It's weird in concept. Like, it doesn't make sense in real life.
Absolutely.
And if it were to cost paid OC to do it, they're putting money into the server that at point of purchase, that's where everything matters. What happens after that, to my concern, doesn't matter. What someone does with it, as long as they're not breaking the game or whatever. Cyberstep gets their money at point of purchase. Beyond that, it doesn't matter what they do. So if someone's like, I will pay $250 to get these 5 extra scrolls or 4 extra scrolls in your inventory that's just sitting there doing nothing, they would gladly do it. I know hundreds, not hundreds, but a lot of people that are like, man, I would absolutely, give me your inventory. Every time I open the inventory, they're like, give me that stuff. And it's all point of purchase that they would, obtain that stuff. Like, they're getting money. Whether they're spinning or not, who says no to $50? Who says no to $100? Like, now it depends what it's worth, like, you're not getting my yacht for $100, go away, peasant. That's not going to happen. But realistically, most market video games, AAA games, they go for, $60. In Canada where I am, it's $89.99. Some games are $100, and they sell millions or hundreds of those. And it's like, that's all it is. You're saying no to like $100? Like, what are you doing? Like, that's our perspective. And it's like, if that were to be allowed to trade these premium things, like maybe you buy a better stall, a Platinum Bazaar that enables it, whatever, and there's just an intrinsic minimum. Like, unless someone was quitting, they're not going to just part ways with a $50 item. They're going to, that's the minimum value. Like, some Vanguards like KG, who knows what KG would go for?
Oh man, let me tell you a quick little story on that. I had the pleasure of playing on Steam during the time after KG was first introduced, so I missed the first gacha banner with her, and then later on they secretly added her into the Yorozu without any announcement, and she wasn't in the gacha, and I was like, wait, so the only option I have to get my hands on a KG right now is to go through the Yorozu. So I started rolling the premium gacha like crazy, man. And unfortunately, the conversion rate from money put in to the amount of Yorozu tickets you get from rolling is a lot higher than just from pure gacha. So it probably came out to a few grand total to get. To get the 5 scrolls. Yep. So that
one Yorozu's like, because one spin is like $4 or $5. $5 now. Yeah. Generally, like 50 OC. And, one Yorozu is that. So if you need 120 Yorozus now, is it? That's a lot. It's almost $600, I imagine. So if you only focus solely on that, you're getting stuff along the way. Like, hopefully there's something you're rolling on, like Sublimes or whatever. But without discounts, things like that. You're running up a pretty pain. And you're not alone. I have a good friend of mine, Red Fisher King. He has a 5-scrolled Yorozu KG. He never got it. And then he got one Fugashi ticket the other day. Right.
Wild.
It's its own little Wild West we got here.
Yeah. But I'm very curious. So, what was your initial, when you heard about this? What was your initial thoughts? What are your thoughts right now, and what are you maybe like looking forward to and hoping will happen? What are your concerns?
Like by this, as in like the Catheon merger, the new server, things like that. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
So initially, I'll be completely honest with you. Like initially, when we started hearing about it, like I started getting messages. Like all my friends started getting these Discord messages. I can't remember the guy's name, but he started sending messages to everyone saying, hey, how long have you played Onigiri? And like, we all started getting these messages. We're all just like, I messaged Lara, I'm like, the fuck's going on, man? What's happening? And then like there's this new server, and like this server's been around for 3 days, dude. What's going on? Like we're all like, and that's generally me as a person, is that I'm very skeptical. Like, you know,
Yep.
I will let, if we all say, you know, let's all jump off a bridge, you know, I'll be the last one to jump and say like, you guys floating? Is it okay down there? You know? Like, so at first I was, let's say, apprehensive. I'm a very wait and see kind of guy. So a lot of us, like, our main concern is like, I don't know a lot about this NFT stuff. You know, we've seen dubious things, like not dubious, but it's like you watch Twitter and it's just like, oh, I got this thing, and then you watch the markets and it's like, I don't know what's going on. But at the core of it, we were like, me and my friend Lara, like one of my best friends in this game, met him here. We're like, we don't really know what's going on, but anything that's really good for Oni and keeps its lifespan going, like that's our main goal.
Right.
That's like where we really stand, is like, and it's one of those like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander kind of thing. Like if it's good for Oni, it's good for Oni. You know,
Right.
Like, you know, whatever one server makes, it affects all of them. You know, passionate players everywhere. Some people thought that it was even PS4 only that kept the others going. Like when PC shut down, we're like, well, what? What happened?
What happened there? You know.
Well, I have my theories, but I think that's that is a case of a developer disconnect as well. If I want to go into it very quickly, briefly, let's say, was that they had to, like, they made the purgatories. The purgatories started coming out.
Yep.
And you get that Ogi, and it would literally cost you like $15 worth of restores to do it. The actual weapon would cost you 10 times that much, that value. So people, and literally, this is one of the good things about Oni, is that even though we have our whales, we still have friends. So if we have an open spot in the party, and we can beat the big bad, we can do the raid boss with 2 or 3 people. If there's room, get in the party. Just get in. Just get in the runs. I don't care.
The more the merrier.
Right. So people, and that trend is pretty universal in terms of what's going on. So you'd have like players that just come in and it's like, hey, I got the really good Ogi, the amazing skill. This thing hits 10 times and it does damage cap on a level 115 weapon. And in Oni, this weapon you're supposed to create is a level 133 endgame beast of a weapon.
Right.
And it's still going to do damage cap 10 times, but it's still doing damage cap over there. And it's like, it invalidated the reason for players to spend, because they were, and Cyberstep just kept rolling them out. Here's the fire one, here's the wind one, here's the water one, here's the dark one, here's the holy one. So we have everything, like, they had all their bases covered. It was letting them beat all the content. They ruined all the incentive to spend, and they were just too generous. And not only that, but because of hiccups in the past, I know there were a lot of players that there was like OC leaks, people like, Cyberstep had given away OC, and they had unintentionally made it like paid OC instead of free OC.
So
and people had like, it happened once before with free OC, and the minute it happened once, everyone, because they're all computer savvy, they made like a bunch of dummy Smurf accounts, like, you know, fake email, not fake email, but just those instant email setup things you build once. You know how that goes. And when the time came that they brought that, they did another giveaway. It was the Twitter one. They got like so many likes on Twitter, they gave everyone 1,000 again. They just traded it all to their main. Sure, it stopped becoming paid, but it was bizarrable. It was usable for restores. People, the old YouTubers like Scarlet and them, when you'd watch their streams, they'd have a black bar over the OC menu because they would have had like $50,000 worth of money. Like, realistically speaking. So
that's what those were about.
I mean, if you got something to hide, like, what's going on? But
that makes sense.
Yeah. So when that came to pass, we're like, well, how did PC, their golden goose, like second child, die? We're like, what happened? And that was our initial speculation. It's like, well, shit, we can't let that happen here. And they did nerf those attacks, those Oogis, before they hit our console. Like they came here and they only did the damage they were supposed to do on the weapons they were created for, like within reason. You couldn't just put it on a gargoyle and it would do like 1 million a tick. Like, cool, great, 2 million a tick, whatever. So they did fix that, but it was a bit too late.
I definitely feel like timing is everything, and that's a big part of why it's important to have GMs in the game. to be able to understand what's going on in the game, hear what players are talking about, and even potentially, like, the fun thing that I'm really looking forward to as future GM is being able to just party up with people. I could just create like a regular player account and we can just go play dungeons together, and I get a sense of, what people are doing, what the meta is, how players are interacting with the game systems, and that knowledge is power. That knowledge can save things in the long term, and if you get the timing right, you can prevent things like that from happening. You can prevent things going in a wrong direction that you otherwise wouldn't be privy to, and I feel like that sort of was the crux of the disconnect between Cyberstep and players, and why that negatively affected Onigiri's potential to grow. Because one of the most special things I think about Onigiri is the generation to generation carryover. So, my personal story on Steam, I played USPC, I played like other servers, but on Steam, I started fresh. I was like, okay, what are we going to do? Am I actually going to dedicate to this? And I was kind of on the fence, like, should I actually invest my time? This is a new server, I don't know. So I definitely feel, you guys on that in terms of like looking at a new server objectively. But I met this guy called Hearts in game, and he was the best friend I've ever met in Onigiri, and he not only carried me through the dungeons that I didn't have time or money to spend on, but he gave me the support that I needed and the motivation to play the game and to really get into it again, because I was devastated when USPC closed down,
Yeah.
Right. So, and then the beautiful thing about that is, we played with another player called Kazuma, and he was a level 135 player, and he said, like, hey, I got a spot open in my party, why don't you join? We're running Purg, and I'm gonna pop a 400% boost. As long as you can keep up, you can tag along. And we scheduled that. I pulled 4 nights straight without sleep to make that happen, because I had to work every other night, come home, get in the game, run Purg with him, go back to work, come back, run Purg. It was an investment. But because of that, I was able to get to level 130, get all the Purg stuff, get all the, end game stuff rolling. And what happens after that? This is the beautiful thing. I start helping new players, and the cycle continues. And we help each other out, not necessarily just carrying to end game, but, if players ask something in game, I'm like, oh, I know how that works. I did that, or I used this to beat that boss. Why don't you do that? Here's some advice.
Right.
So I think a really important point that we should focus on is the social element, because at the core of what an MMO is, a massively multiplayer online game, not just something you log into, and do your own thing. It can be for some people, but for a lot of us, it's a social aspect, to it, where we can really have a connection with each other, and build guilds, build parties, build groups that we go run dungeons with. Discord has been a great tool for that, to organize scheduling for running different dungeons. Like, for a long time, I would ping everyone with the Tiamat Oni role, and we would run Tiamat Oni daily, and it was so much fun. I miss doing that. So things like that, I feel like are really special to Onigiri in particular.
Well, yeah, and it's not just like building community and like building good players and stuff. Like at the crux of it all, like at the heart of it all, it is building friendships.
Right.
Like in the past, over the years, like I was streaming, I was playing, I was doing all this stuff. I'd always get people that used to watch to come back and say, "You're still playing this? You're still doing that?" And like I get that all the time. Yeah. And they're like, "Well, Oro, what would it take for you to quit?" And I remember getting this question, and I said, "Well, if all my friends stop playing, I guess that's it."
Right.
Like that to me, it's not about if something's incredibly hard or, like we keep up, we manage, we do what we can. Like that's the point of it, to figure out the strategy to win, And that was always the point. It's those friendships, like especially in an MMO. This is not you can do everything single player in this game, and for some people they love that. They love that. Hey, there's a really hard thing, but I can do it by myself, and that's great. And that's how you get your players. Like like the goal in Oni is to become independent. It is to be able to do, like in other games where, let's say a game requires you to be a tank or to be a healer, and it's like, well, I don't want to be that, but if I want to play with my friends, I have to do that. So you set that aside, you set your pride aside, and you do it. But in Oni, anyone can be anything. Like
that is true. Yeah,
like
you can hold a staff in your 4th item slot or your 4th weapon slot.
Right.
You know,
like
you can support your party, but also have 3 weapons. You know.
Yeah, and that's kind of the meta. Like I remember, like I had that same feeling. Like I loved Oni so much. I played it when it first came out. We didn't get an update for 5 months. Like it was January for us. And it was February, and I said, well, there's nothing new. I'm max level. I'm like, I'm out of here. And I was out for a couple months. And then we finally got our update. Like, we were stuck in Echigo for years. Not years, but, like, it felt like years, you know?
Yeah, right.
I was younger then, so time went by slower. But
Yep, I feel that.
Time is relative.
Yeah, exactly. E equals MC squared. So... But then when we got Satan, it was our first big wall, aside from Juncture, which was a team effort.
Yeah.
But we had Satan, and I'm like, I can't wait to play Satan with all these guys who know what they're doing, and everyone that's made it here. I can't wait. And the first day, or the first couple days, I'm like, these guys don't know what they're doing. How'd they get here? Like, they did everything, like, not to disparage anyone, but they really didn't. And that drove me. I'm like, I want to help people. I want to help people, get good. And I started talking to certain people individually, helping them. And I'm like, well, that worked. That worked out for me. But then more and more people want it. I'm like, I can't help everyone. But then I'm like, if I did videos, this is what started Aurogiri, was like, well, if I can make a guide, everyone's going to learn what to do. I can make a guide for Spear, a guide. Like, I know everything. I read the wiki. I just devoured that stuff. I learned everything. And then I made guides. I made the sword guide, every class guide, like farming guides, where to get stuff, item drops, how pretty much anything that could have a topic, I did guides for it. And that's what started that, because I'm like, I can't help everyone. I can't like physically like babysit or personally instruct every single person. But if I make a guide, people that want knowledge, people that actually want to get good, they're going to look it up. And it led to that.
That's how I really started to get serious about Onigiri, when I started like really learning it too. It's kind of funny how all that, how we all connect so far back. I actually watched one of your videos about, how to build bow.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, so that's how you do it. So, okay. So, okay, I was doing this wrong. Okay, I'll put that into that. Oh, yeah, I do get some extra damage from that. I do get some extra. Okay, so that's the title I want to go for. That's the Magatama I want to build. Okay, so it's called a 105 mag. It's called the Attack Star. Okay, so I get these mags to build that mag. Got it. Thank you for the video.
Right.
So
it's like,
that's really helpful. It makes an impact. Absolutely.
Exactly. Like that's the goal. It's like, and now like I should make more guides nowadays, but because of work and just me just wanting to play, and it's like my streams are so open format these days that if someone has a question, and it happens, they'll come in and say, hey, how do I do this? And if I'm not busy, I'll just tell them right then and there. Like, there's so many niche issues that, like, things that I'm not aware of that I'm like, well, based on what I know, like, this is what you do, So it became sort of like just like a helpline sometimes. Like, last week, this girl came into the stream and she's like, my game won't start. She's like, I'm on PS4, it will not work. Like, I boot it up, I do whatever I can, it will not start, it will not go past the login screen. And I told her, well, this happened to Lyra for a while. He said he couldn't log in for months. Like, he didn't know what was wrong. And one time he had a power outage. And he was able to log in after that. And he deduced that because he had left his PS4 in rest mode for time immemorial, it just would not load Oni. It would just not load the cache. It would not do whatever it had to do. So she came in, and I told her, do you leave your console in rest mode a lot? She said, yeah. I said, well, do a full shut off, give it 5 minutes, come back to it. She came back, said it works. Thank you so much. And it's just, it's those little, like, example. It's those tricks of the trade, like just lived experience that you know.
Yeah.
But nowadays with, like, let's say you want to do a guide for all the new Sublimes. It's like, well, I don't know who has all the new Sublimes, but it's certainly not I. Or can you do a guide for this new Vanguard? I'm like, that unit is filled with characters. I have 5 to 10 of around the character. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
I love when you say that.
Well, it's true.
Yep.
Like, people are like, are you going to roll? I'm like, well, let me see. No. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, the last time I really rolled, apart from Sublimes, would have been Honda. Because Honda was a beautiful character. Very sexually appealing. Not going to lie. They put her right on the menu screen, puts her ass right in your face, big old spear, and then you use her and she pumps out damage like a volcano. Like, just boom, 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 boom. And it's just like, I want her. I look at the unit. It's got 3. It's like a 6-character unit. She's in it. Somebody else I don't have. Somebody else I don't have, and 3 characters I do have. Right. And I'm like, I'll run those. I'll run that risk 50-50.
I'll run those odds. Yep.
Right. And it was like $1,000 because I had to get Eurozus, but it was done. Like it was an investment. And that's the point I want to bring up, is that to a lot of us, that's how we look at Oni whenever a new thing drops. It's as an investment. It's like, is this character worth it? Because they can come up with a new character that's really visually appealing. Their attacks look good. It's well choreographed. It's a fantastic character. But then you use them and they fall short. They don't do the damage you need them to do. Mm-hmm. Now, like, I understand that this alternatively is better than just massive power creep where everything, like, the last thing is always better than the new thing. Like, I've lived that in other games, like, so much that I don't play them anymore. Because it's like, things I've invested in, within reason, are now being power creeps within months. It's like, well, you can keep that to yourself. But Oni's not, like, it does have its fair share of power creep in terms of things. But at the end of the day, like, if your build is garbage, like, your character is not going to perform right. Now, I don't I bet Honda would kill things with no mags. I guarantee it. But... like, if you have an Oni dagger and a bunch of defense mags, you'd be like, my Miyamoto's not working. It's like, yeah, because you're not working. Like,
Yeah, right. So the Vanguards are, they influence from your own build. Yep.
So your build affects them. If your build is full knowledges and you want to go use Gawain for Holy, her only saving grace, and you have negative Holy, you're doing no damage. You're better off not even swapping. Like, if that's your goal. Like, your build matters. Like, that's, like, the whole point of getting a Vanguard is, for one, to have fun, to have a new way to play, because it's the same game we do love, but it's a new way to play, an extension of your character. And then you use them to get the next thing. You use them to get the weapon you want, to farm the thing you want. It becomes part of life, It's a game-changing experience.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, if I feel like we could probably answer a few questions if there are any. I'm not sure how much more time Papa has.
Oh yeah, like, and if at any time, Papa, you feel like there's something you want to say, or if your time is constricted, let us know.
Yeah, no, I was actually gonna say it's so 2 things. Half the time you guys are. When you get into it, I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, right. I'm a little bit worried about that, yeah.
No, but it's amazing. That the second thing was, like, it's so nice to hear. Like, there's so much passion involved. And, like I talked to you yesterday or today, I'm like, damn, I miss being so good and, like, so good at something. So it's really, really fun to hear. And I'm just level 33, but I can't wait to get more and more into the game.
That's so exciting, man. I love to see that.
I think we can do this again very soon. But for today, it's pretty late here, and I still haven't finished up my work. So I'm gonna, I think for me, I'm gonna wrap it up. But
perfect.
Aurogiri, or what do we call you?
The channel is Orogiri. Like, my video series is called Aurogiri. People refer to me as Oro. You can just call me Oro.
Oro, yeah, man. I really appreciate this. I mean, we can do this tomorrow, Wednesday again, because we do have the mint. So for anyone who likes the Onigiri Metaverse initiative and like what we're doing, the best way to support it is to interact with the project. Mint and NFT, they don't cost much, so we're not charging an arm and a leg. It's going to cost somewhere around, I think, $40. Depending on the price, but yeah, I mean, and you don't even have to invest. You can just come check us out, hang out in the chats. Everything's very appreciated.
So, if I wanted to play, like, I would need like a good, decent PC, I imagine, like the new server.
I don't think so. No, not necessarily. I mean, just
Because I am definitely working on improving performance so that it can run on lower end hardware better.
Okay.
That's something on my radar. But yeah, Papa, what do you think about some ideas I've heard in the chat were cross-platform? Are there any plans, do you know of, to release OGM server, the Onigiri Metaverse server, on other platforms than PC? Like, for example, Xbox, PlayStation, things like that? Or is it just going to be PC initially?
good question. I wish I could say, yeah, like we're planning everything, like all of this stuff, but I haven't heard about any of this stuff. So if
Right.
it's planned, it's not planned in the immediate future.
Okay. So, yeah, a lot of things are still to be determined. So y'all are encouraged to hop on in the Discord server. I believe it's linked in the description of this video.
Yeah,
and
there's
that's-
two links down there. One is for the Onigiri Metaverse website itself. That gives you a
Right.
roadmap picture of that website. And then there's also one for the Discord as well if you want to join that. Lots of things
Right.
going on. I'm in there.
Yeah, so we have a white paper as well for those who want to read. I just posted it in the chat, the official Onigiri Metaverse white paper. That's a great place to start to sort of understand a little bit more about, what that's all about. And like Aura said, we have the official website. There's a super hype trailer up right there you can watch. All kinds of details on there. And then, of course, the Discord server. And that's the best place to stay up to date with what we're working on, to interact, to sort of engage, and absolutely bridge that community and get the ball rolling on that front. But like Papa said, it's late for him. I'm going to let him, log off for now. Thank you so much, though, for being on here. Your presence was huge. Being able to bridge, like Aura said earlier, we had the Triforce today. Absolutely great to get that, perspective out there.
And listen, this was my pleasure. I've been working for 15, 16 hours today, so usually I'm a bit more energetic, and we actually have an AMA on our channel tomorrow. So Ori, you're more than welcome to join us. We're gonna have tons of fun and answer a lot of questions that people might have. Piano, I'll definitely see you there. So,
AMA tomorrow in the official Discord Onigiri Metaverse server.
it'll be like day and night. I'm going to be so energetic, you won't even know it's the same person.
Honey tea for the throat. Honey tea for the throat.
Sorry, what was that?
I said honey and tea for your throat. It helps.
Yeah. I'll bring everything out. I'll bring all the big guns out. All right. Cheers. I really appreciate it. We'll hopefully talk tomorrow as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, hopefully
Awesome.
so.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care, man.
You too.
But so that was Papa, everyone, the community lead for Onigiri Metaverse. It's thanks to him that all these connections have been formed, the stars have been aligned for this to all happen. So huge shout out to him. He's been working long hours, hard work to make sure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. So he's definitely made a lot of impact in that. But yeah, if you want to talk about anything else, I'm totally open to hang around and just chat a little bit longer. If any of our viewers have any extra questions they want to just drop in the chat right now, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. It's like, now that the big guy's in bed, we can play.
Right, now we bring up,
Yeah, because just out of respect, I'm not jumping all over the place. I'm letting people talk and, fighting I have like a nervous tick to like read chat out loud. Right. Oro to speech or text.
What is your plan for adding GMs? Great one by Shibuya.
That's been mentioned a lot. Like they're like, right, because you mentioned you'd be a GM.
I wanted to touch on that. So let's start reading chat more. I think that'd be great. So GMs, great question. I believe that's extremely important to have multiple GMs, not just me, in game and active in game. So you're going to see a lot of GMs in the new server. There's going to be, I'm not sure how many, but that's definitely going to be a focus because, like I said earlier, being able to have that, man on the inside is going to be extremely crucial for our company as Catheon to understand how players are interacting with our systems, how things are going around in game. So I think that's going to be insanely important. So absolutely, yes, that is positively on the agenda.
So how does a GM get selected? Like, what criteria is necessary? Because we've had like a bunch of different GMs that just exist, and like they change, and I'm like, well, who are you?
Right. So if you were to ask me, I would believe that would go through Catheon's HR.
Right.
The cool thing now, this is for context, I don't want to give away too much, but the past 24 hours, let's just say, have been, there's been a lot of new, developments in terms of privileges and permission for Catheon in terms of running our own server, in terms of running our own GC, it's called, game code, game client.
Okay.
So basically what that means is we're going to have close to, if not full, autonomy over the development cycle of Onigiri Metaverse server. So that means we're going to have a lot more control over, like for example, moderation, management, GMs in-game, and of course, my favorite part, personally, as a developer, I'm extremely excited to start fixing some of the bugs in Onigiri. There are so many on my list. There's so many that, little convenience of life things. For example, the chat filter. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you played on Steam or if it's on the same on PlayStation 4, but like, for example, the word become, you can't use that in a sentence. Right. And for whatever reason, it triggers the anti-swear sensor, and it puts this pin on your screen that you have to type in a 4-digit pin in order to unlock the game again.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Dude, I go through dozens of those every single party session, just trying to communicate with your people in game, and it's it's a huge time waste, and it's just a huge immersion break, because it's you're about to type this whole sentence out you go do this dungeon and you'll become strong. Oh, got censored, lost the entire sentence. Things like that are so easy to fix, and that's what I'm extremely excited to start pushing out for sure.
Right. Because I remember even on YouTube, I cannot, when Battle Maiden Shizuka came out, I am not allowed to title it Battle Maiden Shizuka. I can't, because her name is Shiz. I'm not allowed to.
You can't say Yoshitsune.
Right, in Onigiri you cannot say Yoshitsune, but in ours it just blocks out the shit part, it's just Yoshitsune.
Oh really? Wow.
Yes. On ours it's not so tedious.
Yeah.
And do you guys have if you type $$, do you have that?
Yeah, Cyberstep, my favorite company.
Yes, that's hilarious.
Love it.
Okay, so one of the main things here is as per my audience, which I most likely have attracted people to PS4 and PS5,
right.
It's the same server, it's just a different platform of access. A lot of people are wondering will this OGM server come to PlayStation? Now, not as I know it wouldn't just replace the current server, but would there be a way to have parallel owning apps on PlayStation? Because we've had when EU came out, you could make an EU account and play it on PlayStation. You could play the JP one with the JP account. They were all Onigiri, but they were all linked to different servers, let's say.
Yeah, it was a different IP that the game would connect to, depending on your language, depending on,
right,
the launcher would launch a different server. Yeah, so, great question. Like we said a little bit earlier, there's no final confirmation on whether or not we'll have the go-ahead to do that, but I can tell you from a game code standpoint, it's totally possible. I just need the permission to do it. Because all the PlayStation the cool thing about the game itself is it's the same code, and it runs on all platforms the same way. So there's not a lot of, like, surprisingly, a lot less porting that needs to be done in order to, make the Onigiri client run, that would normally run on the Windows platform, run on the PlayStation, or run on the Xbox.
Right.
As long as the, what's called the environment is something that exists on the platform, it can just run through that. So it's definitely on my radar. I feel like it would be really nice to have cross-platform, so that everyone could play on whatever platform they want to play on and connect to the same server and play with people. So, for example, if you're on PlayStation 4, you'd be able to play with people on PC.
Yes.
That's definitely on my radar, and it's totally possible. It's just going to take a lot of work to make sure that all the feature parity is the same, and stuff like that.
So, yeah, like that is one of everyone's biggest wishes is, like, when people, like, for me as a streamer, someone's like, hey, Oro, I'm fighting the horses, like, what do I do? And I'm, like, literally doing nothing. I'm like, can I help you? Like, I'm down to clown. I got, like,
let's
energy.
meet up,
Let's go. And then it's like, I'm on Switch. And I'm like, that sucks.
Like, I can't.
Like, that's always a big problem. Like, that's always a big concern. So crossplay is something that everyone would want, just be able to play with each other, make new friends, things like that. The other concern, which it's on everyone's minds, like, I'm reading the chat, like, I see it, I'm not ignoring you guys know that. And it's like, people are saying, if I lose my inventory, if I lose my progression, if I lose, my stuff, like, I'm gone, I'm done, I'm not taking part in any of this, like, preserve our, in a way, our country, our server. Our
land. All your progress, all your character,
So, like, people are interested in this new server. It's just people don't want to have to, lose their... Like, no one wants to go through what Xbox went through, what PC went through, with what the phone's going through, what Switch is going through. Although Switch has that data transfer thing. You heard about that?
We do have that migration. Yeah, Cyberstep actually responded to me via text recently, and there is going to be an update for everyone, for all Switch players. I do want to let you guys know on that point that Cyberstep, right now they're working very hard on merging Steam and PC.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's their top priority right now. So Switch, they have all the user data ready, so you just have to go through that process to submit the ticket or however they do it, to get your account on queue. And they're going to save all that user data nice and safe and hold on to it. And after they're all done with the merge of Steam and JPPC, they will focus on getting Switch ported over as well. So that's their roadmap for anyone wondering on that point.
Okay, so let's say, for example, the unthinkable happens to, let's say, Steam and PS4, whatever. Like, their servers are no longer going to be up, let's just say.
Right.
Would that option then logically extend, like, the transfer to wherever?
So from what I've seen with Cyberstep's philosophy now, is they're prioritizing a lot more on making sure players' needs are met. There's been a lot more activity in the office per se, and I believe Cyberstep, all the credit to them in that part. But I do believe that might be from this partnership, that might be a little bit of influence and a little bit of a wake up call on the business side. That, you guys have a great player base, you have, a very passionate user base on different servers, and you're kind of spreading yourself out too thin in terms of running all these different servers, and, there's a lot of costs in that. So I think they've started to realize that centralizing things actually does benefit in the long term. So that's just my personal observation. I'm not in office, I can't say what their plans are. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, that I feel like that's definitely becoming the mindset, and that's why I'm really excited for Onigiri all around, not just for Metaverse, but just in general, because having that partnership established and having that now communication, because I could just send a text and it'll go straight to Cyberstep. If something extremely important, comes up, there is now that communication platform.
Right.
That bridge.
That's direct communication as opposed to like vertical communication where it has to go through chains of command and gets misconstrued.
Exactly. The bureaucratic process. Yeah. Yep. Which takes too long, and I've noticed they actually kind of closed down the like bug report feature on their website. Yeah. So there was this one point on Steam where there was this bug which had to do with the amount of OC you had charged on Steam.
Yeah.
And the more OC that you had bought, it actually like had to render every time your game loaded a stage. So the more OC you bought, the more the game server had to render how much transactions you had. And if you had too much, it would crash.
Okay.
So
I see.
I've actually, the first video I posted, the reason I made my YouTube channel in the first place, because I've avoided Google and stuff like that until now, is I made a video because I was stuck in the Lucifer event area, the Lucifer assist
Aurora?
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora, exactly. So that was on Steam, and that was when the bug was at its worst. I was stuck soft locked in that area because the game would not load portals because my OC was like, I had way too many transactions because that was after I spent for KG.
So
yeah.
So in terms of transactions, it's not like, let's say you did like the 1,000 OC purchase, like that's one transaction. Let's say for a player they do like the 100 10 times. Are they like they would be like shittier in a shittier position?
Exactly. So the more times you actually put in a transaction, doesn't matter what the value was, the more transactions it had in the database was directly correlated to how much it had to load in order to actually start loading the game.
Right.
It was just the wrong order, you know. So
like it should have been treated like Ryu instead of... Yeah.
And what that ended up translating to was I was completely soft-locked for a month straight. I couldn't play the game. I couldn't go access the wardings. I couldn't do anything in the game whatsoever. I had to completely put down the keyboard, which killed me because I was at the top of my career as an Onigiri player at that point. I was like on it every single day.
Could you log into a second character? Did you ever try that?
Yeah, so that's the thing. It was account-based, not character-based.
Really?
Yeah, because that's how Steam works.
Right.
It's only a Steam thing, yeah. That was just a foresight issue on Cyberstep's part in terms of integrating the Steam server correctly and integrating the transaction method that Steam uses. They just didn't account for that because they never developed on Steam before.
Right.
So you can't blame them for what they don't know. But because there wasn't that communication, I sent reports. I had all the players come together. We rallied up. We sent reports.
It takes that, yeah.
Yeah, and nothing. There was nothing. Not a single word. So yeah, it was that can really damage the community and that can really leave a bad taste.
Like I think for a lot of us, especially with the game having been around for almost a decade now, like a lot of us player-wise, we want, like, the things we want to hear the most is a safety net. So like, if something I had heard recently that like PS4 support, let's say like Sony's going to support the PS4 for only so long, like PS5's out, right? But I don't think that's a big point to bring up. I just want to bring it up, but the thing is that the PS5 exists and it touches the same game. Like I don't think they would make like, oh well, you can't play, like it would be the same server. So as long as you'd have the next console, you could launch it. So long as it was supported. Right. So like the things people want is like a safety net. Like if the game goes down, will we get those transfer accounts? Like I'm pretty sure some people, like especially like I'm getting stuff here like Xbox. I don't know how far the Oni archives go. Because there are people that used to play on Xbox or EU or whatever. Like our current servers, like the PlayStation server, Steam, like meta-wise, we are far more advanced than they ever were. So whatever gear they had on that character, if it were to be transferred forward, there'd be someone showing up with like gargoyles, a night sky, and some fuse. Like it's not going to change anything.
Yeah,
whereas,
the last update on Xbox was like Fallen Star, I think.
Yes, that was their last big bulk update before it fell apart. So like if there was some way that old Xbox accounts could get migrated forward, I don't know if the metadata is saved for that, but if there was a way for that, players would love it. They would flock in, they'd drop money.
I understand that, and I definitely relate to that because I would love to have my USPC account back. And it's actually something that would be possible and would be prioritized. There's just one crucial issue that it's a huge shame, and it's out of anyone's control, and that's regarding the Japanese law for user data. So private user data. There's this Japanese law, and the legal issues regarding that are actually the main reason they couldn't migrate certain accounts from old platforms to new platforms. So that's, from my knowledge, that is the main reason why they can't do that in certain circumstances. Obviously, lately, with the whole switch to PC and the Steam JP merge, they've been working on making sure that the legal issues aren't as they're not going to be as destructive down the line if something bad goes wrong.
Right.
So I think, unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, all that old user data is kind of locked behind a legal barrier.
Right.
Like a legal wall, and they can't kind of like bring that out and put it in another server because of that. But yeah, you know, like they are starting to like prioritize preventing that, you know, preventative measures. So they've learned.
Right.
So I think that's important for the future is, yeah, there's going to be more safety nets, more focus on making sure that nothing you do is just completely lost, because they're putting a lot more focus on getting the legal issues sorted out so that, you know, that won't become an issue.
Okay.
That's my interpretation, at least.
So that makes sense. So then my brain starts going like, okay, so what's the workaround? What's the alternative? So, like, I think I might have said this, I don't know if it was to you, but to other people, like, you know, like people say, "Oro, will you ever come to Steam?" And I'm like, well, you know, can you get me like 3 Redux? Like, you know,
yeah, I remember
give
this.
me 3 Redux, find me a banner that has Honda and her dolls on it, or Toshi and her dolls on it, and I'll you know,
just get me kickstarted.
Right, like, now I know for like data recovery, like, some of my friends have had to go through this with Cyberstep. Like they lost something or whatever. They've gone through the data recovery, like that's a thing. And they must provide screenshots and show that it is authentically theirs, things like that. It would be interesting if, like, let's say you were a veteran, you had an account, you can verify that you have an account on PC or whatever, some thing, and you have screenshots or video or whatever showcasing, you know, I had this, these are my Vanguards. Could you then create a dummy account that, you know, has all this stuff, give me the keys to it and I'll go drive on your racetrack, essentially, you know? Like, as an, it's like, it's not your character to the code, but it's essentially what you had, you know?
So, I'm not a lawyer, I can't exactly provide the, like, if there's a loophole or something, but from my interpretation and my understanding, the number one workaround being considered and being thrown up to Cyberstep right now, and I think they've heard it and they're considering it right now. I'm not sure what the status is right now, but that would be providing users an option to send their consent to having their user data migrated.
Right.
So that's the approach. Providing some way, whether it's like, you know, a form they can fill out, a ticket they can create, so they can provide proof like you said, and to just sign off, you know, and to sign, you know, as that player, like, yes, I consent. Yeah.
Like on a player standpoint, it's like, now the only flaw in this is that someone's going to be like, well, like, you know, someone could lie, right? Someone could be like, oh, I had 5 Hondas, I had 5 Shizukas, I had, you know. That's the biggest concern, but, you know, like, even, like, I'm a staunch believer in something is always better than nothing. So, like, for some people, if it's like, someone's like on PC and it's like, you know, I had, you know, 3 Purg weapons, I had a staff, I had these skills on it, you know, I had, you know, like, let's say you couldn't get everything, but if you had to pick, like, 8 weapons, you know, and then you had to pick, like, obviously you wouldn't have a recipe anyway, but if you had to pick, like, you know, certain Vanguards to have and certain and characters to get, and you are X level, and you could just import a character, here's your login to this character that we just create because we just GM them in or whatever. like that would be phenomenal. Like if something like that were to exist.
Yeah, so I mean, I may like try to like send that up the chain, as I say, as like a recommendation, because that's sort of what we've been doing. Is like I've been making a Google documentation, for example, like all the security issues in Onigiri and how we would fix those, and then they can comment on that doc and then review it. And all that takes a process. They're very bureaucratic. They're very professional in that sense. They have their system in place and they're very strict with it. Yeah. So yeah, that would be something I'd send up. I see a question that I'd like to address, if that's okay.
Oh, go right ahead. The questions are for me.
So Miru asks, what's happening on August 3rd? And I think this is great to just inform about for people who are interested. August 3rd, in my own words, is one of the most historic moments for Onigiri Metaverse, because this is the first day out of, potentially many waves of what we call minting. So this is the do with the NFT stuff. This is how you get your first Vanguard reserved for the Onigiri Metaverse server. So the practical experience of this will be August 3rd rolls around. The NFT minting opens up to the public, and you can pay, $40-50, and you'll get a fully awakenable Vanguard, like we discussed earlier, with all the NFT benefits, and that will be reserved for when you create your character in the game, in the Onigiri Metaverse server that's launching Q1 2023.
Okay, so the server itself only launches next year. And then right now it's just like a preamble, like, get your stuff now, because it's like...
Get in early, because, things could potentially skyrocket. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not speaking from an investing standpoint. But as a player, I understand the value in having Vanguards. I understand the value in having those in-game assets that, are really hard to come by for some people.
And some of them are just essential, in certain areas.
Right. So like for example, running events, it's really easy. It helps a lot to have the Vanguard associated with that event. And that's something we could look into at Catheon, to provide NFT options for, event related Vanguards. If we, so I'm just going to speak from guesswork here in terms of the plans for launching the game, but I think it would be cool to start out with just the original content of like the first month of the update in the game, right? So you start in Onigashima, you go to Kyoto, that's it, cap,
Well,
and then throughout the months I could, release more updates, and you eventually get to Edo, and, along the line we release updates. So it's sort of like re-experiencing Onigiri again from scratch. That's just one of the thoughts I have.
Well, I think there's two sides to that. And number one is the downfall that Switch and Steam had was they started with way too much. Right. Their first banner was Miyamoto, Sasuke, Luna, I think, and then like a bunch of stuff. They started with like Zunko, and it's like people like you. As much as you want to cater to veterans, which is always good, you're still going to have an influx of new players. There's always someone that started out just like you or me or anyone else that's new to the game, and they don't want to get too overwhelmed. They're going to start that game. They won't even see Chifuri. They don't know what that is. They're going to start the game. They're going to do training grounds. They're going to do their quest. They're going to do their story. They're going to find a field boss. They'll go hit a rock 3 times. It'll one-shot them. They'll learn. And then they'll find like-minded people. Oh, you're doing this dungeon? Yeah, I am. Let's work together. And then, they're going to have that natural experience. And this is where the phone failed completely, was that they started with Vanguards like pushed on them.
Right.
And, I was no fan of Heroes at all. Like, I don't know what your thoughts on it are, but I was like, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Like, I would just say, this is an advertisement for the real game. That's what I called it.
Yeah, I watched your video, your stream VOD about the shutdown announcement the other day.
Yes, that was the other day.
Yeah. So, it's a real shame that happened. But, on the bright side, like, there's a future out there. Things are coming along. So I think it's great to stay positive as much as possible from now on. But like you said, There's, trade backs, pros and cons to everything.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I think a great way to weigh that and to get the scale on that is to, start pushing more votes, community surveys. And that's something we can easily do at Catheon. We can make a survey. People can vote on one option or the other, and we can, go forward with that.
Another thing that I just remember it now, and it's just like, this is like a question that the chat would be like, oh my god, I completely forgot about that. So
Yeah.
like, can we like look forward to like field boss events ever again?
Oh, so do you mean like when GMs used to like spawn in,
Yeah.
huge Tiamats in like Kikigahara?
Yes.
That was
and
one
give
of my
them like
fondest
inflated
memories.
health and like
The purple health. Yep.
yeah.
Oh man, that brings me back, bro. That brings me real back.
Like
You know what?
I had missed the only one I think it's the only one we ever had. I'd missed it because I wasn't playing at that time.
Yeah.
It was in between January and we got I don't remember when it was. It was like March or April, something like that. Anyway, our first update. But
Yeah.
like things like that mean so much to the community.
Mhm.
Like if, for example, like this is like complete memery. Like let's say you get to the moon. Like the moon was like the newest area we ever got, right? And it's like,
Right.
where's the field boss? There's a field here. Like,
Mhm.
you know how much we would want to love to fight a giant gray with like a red like drawn on shirt, and his name is like G/Ren, and he just beats the shit out of us. Like, and he has like 100 billion health or just something crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to get the whole server on that. That was the point. Cyberstep initially, when they did events like this, community ran events with the GMs, the whole point was just get the server active, get everyone together, and see what it takes for everyone to come together, put their best foot forward, and try to beat this like really strong boss that no one's ever come close to fighting before in the normal game. So. Yeah, dude, I think that would be something I would personally prioritize in making sure that we have plenty of those events and all kinds of fun stuff. Because, like you've said in many of your videos, and I think it's really important, all this new stuff, all this technical NFT stuff, it is whatever it is. It's great for people who are interested in that. At the end of the day, it's a game. We play to have fun, and I think that is number one priority in terms of when the actual game launches and how we treat, that launch phase and that development cycle after day one is running events, running all kinds of cool, fun incentives to do in-game, custom quests, and just have that spark. And
always having something to do is like the main thing that we're lacking. Is like there might always be something to do, but for a lot of us, it's not. Sometimes it's not worth doing. And usually the answer to that is, well, if it was powercraft, people would be lining up for it. But too much of that is never good. But things need to be worth doing. Like right now on PS4, we have an exchange shop in the summer event. Like our summer event is honestly garbage. Like
dude,
the
summer
funnest shit we
events,
ever
give me a
had.
break. I'm tired of them.
Like. But if we had the watermelon shit active again, like go break all the watermelons, like, do you know how cool it was to do that? And then next year we had like Fujin Circle and Sublime, and we're like, let's go! And we're like breaking every watermelon. Like these not necessarily like go kill the boss as fast as possible, but these objective based things. Like the first event we had the bug catching event. And for some, it was like, this is really annoying. Others, like, this is great. We have to work together. We had that one Daruma event. Don't bring that back. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know if you played that. No. But, like, the bug... I mean, if someone wants it, sure. Who am I to judge? But that bug catching event for us on PS4 was a unique experience because it was bugged. Like, they messed up when they integrated it. And I meant bugged as a pun, but... so in that one, you'd go around, you'd catch certain bugs with certain attacks, you had to do what you had to do. And they had golden bugs. I don't know if you remember the golden bugs they had. It was like a golden beetle. But for us, they messed up, and they put it as golden Daruma. So we were chasing a gold Daruma type enemy. Yes, it was a gold. It was like that running little, what's his name? Like, Suke, Piano Suke or something his name is. We were chasing that guy, and we were just like, ah, we were trying to get him. Like, it was like, oh my god, like, it was insane. And now these summer events, it's like you can't revisit the old stuff. Like,
Yeah.
and I understand that they have drops that aren't used in a certain exchange shop. I get that. But like the summer event now, it's like this big open area that crashes because it's so big, and there's only one thing to do. So it's like, and the exchange shop's really piss poor. Like, whoever made the exchange shop doesn't know the value of anything, because it's like, here's a 500 Dura ticket for 50 drops. Cool. Here's a 50 Dura ticket. It takes 30 drops.
It's like the scale on that is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like,
oh my god.
Like gypsum costs the same as a cushion. Like, I'm not paying for a cushion. And I'm glad it's here, but, you know, and that's how we equate things. Like, anything that costs energy essentially costs money.
Right. So that's a good point. The exchange shops, I've noticed as well, they're very skewed and they're very misunderstood in terms of like what something is worth.
Yeah.
So that's why I think, being able to have that in-game presence on the developer side, I'm going to log in every day as much as I can once we get things rolling, and I'm going to be asking people in-game, you guys are going to, you're going to be seeing me in there, and I'm going to be like, so what are you guys prioritizing right now? What are you guys working on? What weapons are building? What events are you running? Like what items do you prioritize?
Yeah.
And then I'll take that information and I'll be like, okay, so this is sort of how things are working right now in this current ecosystem. Let's make the best out of that. Let's balance it properly.
Yeah, like Kevin said it perfect right there. He said, when a gypsum costs 6 runs worth of restores, when I could just, I can go to the third line, whack. Oh, look at that. Energy saving. Like, massive YouTube, like, cringe thumbnail, like, oh, gypsum, 1 drop, saves so much energy. Like, we don't do that here, but literally good.
Yeah, that's funny.
So definitely, like, that's tied to the whole developer disconnect we feel. Like, big one, I actually made a little notepad of just things I wanted to touch on. And I'm going to start with Miryu's comment right there, though. So, bazaars, like, items in bazaars having minimum prices.
Right.
Okay? So, like, we're in a position where, like, the most valuable drop in the game, like, non-specifically, is, like, Infernal and Sleep Marrows. Yeah. Because you need 200 of them to make a Redux. Like, that is the pinnacle of what everything's going to be based off of, for the most part, in the economy. Yeah. And we just recently got the 10 OC restores. We always had 30 forever. So now, like, our price value of things was reduced by 66%. Everything is now worth less. Or,
the energy it takes to run some things. Yeah.
Right. We had the opposite of a recession. We had a great news. It was awesome. So I don't even know if that's called a good economy. So, like, that changed things. But when we merged with JP, like, JP always had 10 OC restores. We envied them. We're like, oh my god, their perks cost them $150. Ours are $450. We don't touch them. Like, it's not worth it. Like, just hearing that, it's like, fuck, It's like, I ain't doing that. Now that they changed it to 10 OC restores, and people want to restore. Like, nowadays it's like, roll X amount of money for a thing, or, restore, play with your friends over the weekend, 2 weeks, and just get a thing that you can actually have. The guaranteed investment. And it's fun. But in terms of, like, the drops for things, like, when we merged with JP, because they had 10 OC restores, the bazaarable price for things was doubled. Like, it was just twice what we had. So, before, let's say, a Marrow would be like 38 OC. Like, that was the minimum for it. So it's literally like, if you're having a bad time getting a Marrow and you don't want to do a restore for 2 runs, there's a guaranteed spend 38 OC, get a Marrow. It was like you could weigh the scales on that. Now it's 75 OC or 78 OC. Yeah. And a restore is 10. So it's like, if I don't get a Marrow in 7 runs, like, I'm still not buying it from you.
Yeah.
Now,
holy moly,
like, that's one of those disconnects where it's like, you can't have a market if those who regulate the market don't take place in it. But people that should regulate, like, market's supposed to follow demand, Like if there's no demand, then there should be no market. But when you have, like, let's say I always compare Cyberstep to the government. So if the government sets a price for something, but nobody wants it, it's that price, but no one wants it. And then when someone actually needs it, it's like, this is ludicrous.
Right, exactly.
Right. So, like, before, there was a time where everything was like 1 OC. Or we had item stacking. And Cyberstep came out and said, item stacking is not intended. We didn't want that. It was for one event only. And we're like, you left it here for 6 months. You know,
right.
So, and it kind of worked, because if somebody, like, if someone wanted to actually make a value, like, let's say you wanted to buy stones from somebody. Like, before, people would farm stones, and someone needs 100 thunderstones for their weapon. You can go buy 100 thunderstones for, like, 20 OC or 30 OC, whatever the buyer thinks it's worth, and whatever the seller thinks it's worth buying. That's how sales work. But now, if I want to put two light stones in, it's 40 OC. I'm like, what? You know, if you want to sell 10, it's like 200 OC or 2,000 OC or something ridiculous. Like it's defeated the purpose of the bazaars, to where the only point of buying something is the finished product.
So yeah, that's something I've definitely noticed from my experience as a player as well. Is there's a lot of discrepancy in, you know, what's the point of having a market if it's not, you know, usable in that sense, if players aren't going to use it, if it's just not worth it, compared to just, you know, farming it yourself.
Right, it incentivizes, like, now maybe the reason why is like, well, if they can't get 2 light stones for 40 OC, maybe they'll go buy a $500 Vanguard, do it themselves. You know, like, in real life, if you know, if you lived, like, I live in Canada, so we have storms, snowstorms, stuff like that. If on my block, one person has, like, a big snow plow that they can just go into everyone's driveway, and they pay him, like, a dividend or $100 or something, everyone does it, cool. Now, that machine costs 36, 40,000, 50,000, like, whoever, like, a lot of money to have. There's no reason for every single person on that block to have a snow plow. What's your achievement? What? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a good comparison you made.
Right. So, like, and then in Onigiri terms, it's like, man, do I really want to go get a kg so I can farm horses? Or, you know, no, I'm going to go not necessarily pay someone to do it, but it's like, hey, man, I will buy all the drops you get off this thing if you take me through. You know, like, that's generally, like, the consensus. Or you do a hand. You give someone a hand. So
I definitely think that there should be priority. I can't say whether or not Cyberstep would let me make a 100% free market. But I definitely see the value in that, and I understand how much more like potential that could increase for, you know, supply and demand in a healthy ecosystem, which is obviously going to be the focus in the NFT side of things, anyways. So that's, you know, we have a full free market trading Vanguards now. Why not have that in game for items as well? You know, there's no reason to not do that anymore, because now we have an incentive for players to, you know, engage in trading, engage in swapping items and setting values, and, you know, comparing different trade-offs and worths of different items compared to how hard they are to grind and things like that. Because the way I actually got started on Steam, believe it or not, and the way I met Hearts in game, the guy that motivated me was, I was like, you know what, I'm missing a lot of OC. I don't really want to, you know, I'm not comfortable paying just yet. And what I did was I started farming purified oils all day. I would farm purified oils, and then I'd go to Yakumo Temple, and I would farm the Tiamat drops. Like the thorns and stuff like that, and I would just get like dozens and dozens and like hundreds of these just like throughout a week. I would save up, and then I'd go to Onigashima, and I'd be like, hey, I have all the drops you could ever want for, you know, the weapon that you're trying to craft. I know you guys are trying to make that white brilliance, you know. Right, so here you go, you know, this saves you the time, you know, the hours, the long hours that I would take to get that. Here's my price. I'm not going to give this away for free. Here's my price. This, you know, because they had a minimum value of 1. So I was like, you know, I set that, and, you know, I made profit. I was happy. You know, it was a fair price for the buyer, because obviously they bought it, so they were happy. Both parties were happy. I call that a win-win in my book.
Well, like, that's how a sale is supposed to happen. Like, you know, like, There's a reason why when you go to a store and you buy something.
What kind of store is this, or?
Oh, the best. Anyway, they sell Vanguards. Anyway, so you go there and you buy something, and the person working the cash says thank you, and you say thank you because they provided a service and you paid for such service. They buy something, it lets them continue to have their job, and you get the product you want. Like, it's always a sale should always be a mutual benefit, because it is. You need something, they have a price on it. That's how it goes.
Exactly.
But I think, like, two things really just have to happen to bazaars. Is, like, I understand that the price could be higher, like that they've doubled the price for certain items. Like, some of them are just ludicrous, they're not even worth touching.
Right.
But with the Nintendo Super stores, it's kind of justified. But if we just had the ability to, like, let's say a Mero can go for no less than 78 OC. However, if you want to sell multiple, like you did with your items like purified oil, stuff like that, it as long as it goes for that minimum, you can sell as many as you want. Like, that's how it used to be. And I think even if that just came back, people would be so much happier, because now it's like you can't buy, like, things that are priced too high. They might as well just not be bazaarable. They're just not worth it
at that point, because no one's going to interact with that kind of trading for that item. I understand what you're saying there. So that'll definitely be a focus in seeing how we can rebalance and open up the market to incentivize different types of players who want to have that mutual benefit and have that engagement with the market, because I think that's an extremely crucial part to nail down in order to preserve an in-game economy, in order to sustain an in-game economy, so that players can be self-sustainable and they can kind of do their thing, and that helps the game long term in that sense. I do see another question that's been brought up a few times, if you don't mind.
Sure. Go for it.
Clans and guilds.
Clans and guilds.
I think there's great potential in that. Currently, the closest thing to a clan is a chat group.
The pink chat.
The pink chat, yeah. Pink chat. So I feel like MMOs kind of have a thing that has been proven to be very successful in terms of getting players to work together and getting just general engagement. It's called guilds, and you see that in all kinds of MMOs. Why is it not in Onigiri? It's something I've wondered too. Like, why can't I create a guild and have different players that we can coordinate? Things like that. So what are your thoughts personally on that feature? Like, what would you want to see in terms of that?
Right now, like, on PSN, because of like PlayStation having like its own app, like, we have our own messaging app, things like that. Most of our guilds are like, we had a guild for a long time. It was What Do. It was our group. It basically started as a pink chat for people that just didn't know what to do. They would join it and say, "Hey, what do?" And we're like, "Oh, we're doing this." Like, "Oh, can I come?" And it's like, that's how it started. And then the core of those, the people I really, really liked, or not just me, but this was me, Lyra, Suzaku, Harai, all our original friends, our original group. Like, we just made a PSN chat, and that was our guild. Like, it was private, only us were there. Right. It was our base, And as I've been getting closer to the community and closer, like, the past couple months, I've been in like so many groups. Like, there's so many, like, there's groups with like 89 people in them, groups with 100 people, groups with 20, 30, just different friend groups, different circles, and they always welcome me in. I appreciate them. And not always, but I always get invited. I wake up and it's like, you're in like 5 chats. I'm like, guess, okay. But in terms of guilds, I think the community has found ways to, make... It doesn't have to officially say, hey, you're in the Aurogiri guild. People are in Discord, people are in chats. I think
found a way.
What should happen is, let's say you make a pink chat, you expand its... Like, right now you can have, like, 30 people in it, maybe. So let's say you just expand upon pink chat, and you have, like, 30 people in your guild, or you can be in, like, 4 guilds, or whatever, like, the same way. And then it's, like... if with the whole My Room feature, now if you like the leader of like a pink chat, let's say a guild, they should be able to have a guild house as My Room, and like everyone's able to come in and decorate it with their stuff that they have.
Right.
And then that incentivizes the My Room stuff. Cyberstep had this huge push on My Room, and we're just like,
I
We
remember
want
that.
Collapsing
Yeah.
Blade Sublime. Get this shit out of here. You know?
What is this? We don't
Yeah.
care about this. You know, it's like it didn't really hit right. The timing was wrong.
Right.
The
but
the approach, the execution was wrong.
A purpose. Like the main
Yeah.
thing, like Cyberstep put out a survey. I don't know if you watched the video on that or you knew about it, but they put out
Right,
a
I've
survey
heard of
months
that.
ago talking about, they said, what are your thoughts on my room? What are your suggestions? And we're all like, they're finally asking us something. Here's a list of everything that has nothing to do with my room.
Yeah, you ticked all the boxes except the microphone.
Well, I did the survey live. I filled it all out, and the main thing I got from veteran players was literally, like, as innocent as this will sound, is put your furry in my room, okay? Like, just have her sit there, stand there, whatever. Give her a chair. Sure, she's gonna be there a while. So, and we just go. We get 5 people to join our room. The party we're gonna run with, like a perk, right? And you talk to your furry from the room. You do the run. You come back. It loads you back into your room. There's no loading of Onigashima, no loading everybody's stalls, no loading everybody else and their mounts and their grandma and everything.
Right.
And you just run. Like, that would be like the most applicable use.
In, out, efficient, great utility. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, like
that's
the
a
practical.
great
That's
way.
what we're looking for. Is like every decision has to be both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Now you can make something beautiful and it's not practical. It's like, well, I guess I'll put Honda's ass on my room. Sure, I'll put it right on top of my bed. Absolutely.
Sure.
But,
yeah. Great.
Beyond that, it's like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think there's definitely all kinds of opportunity.
Yeah, like if we could have a little bigger guild house. Like, let's say you make the room and it's just like it costs you. Let's say it's a guild house, whatever. Let's say it costs you 1,000 OC, and you get to buy a guild house. It's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it because that's usually how they work in other games. You rent something or you buy something or anything at all. And you get this guild house. Everyone's able to go. They're able to bring their stuff. Say, hey, can I set up my iced tea house? Can I set up my chair, my Halloween bed? And people would like, let's set up a thing. Like Warframe has those big areas. I don't know if you ever played that. Like a lot of those games have those areas. You're allowed to decorate them if you get permission. Like, if they expanded my room to facilitate the guilds, that'd be great. And then beyond that, like, the times. This will win you over. This not you but the people. And I always say you. It's not a nervous tick, but it's a habit for me when I stream. I always say you because it means everyone else. But you're here, so anyway.
Gotcha.
If on the times page, because on our server, people are demons for times. They are demons. And like they got me to run dungeons one day. I'm like, I don't do Oni mode solo. They're like, go do it. And I took 2 times and like, what the fuck? How did he do it? He doesn't know the strat. There are people that spend hours and hours trying to get 2 seconds on a dungeon, and I'm just like, I walked in and hit the thing. I don't know what you want me to do. Anyway, so like people are demons for times. So like if on the times page, like there's like solo time and party time.
Right.
If we added a tab for guild time.
Like to hear it, man.
You'd have a second tab for like you'd still have party and normal, but then you would have like guild normal, guild party.
Yeah, I heard Junk Dog mentioning that because Onigiri doesn't have PvP, clans and guilds don't have the traditional purpose they usually serve. So that is a great way to actually give it, a bit of a traditional competitive value.
Yes.
Join a guild. Let's start this player guild. Let's try to get the fastest time on the leaderboard, And if you get your guild up to the top, that's a great feeling, You all worked hard to improve your builds, so that incentivizes long-term play for the players. And, you work together, you get that time, you get rewarded. You get that number 1 spot. It's a great feeling. So I think that's a great approach and a great execution on, making use of a feature that would otherwise just kind of sit there,
Right, and then, like, right now, like, there's the leaderboards go, like, top 100, or, like, it goes, like, 60, like, in multiples of 60, like, 60, 180, so on, up to, like, 300. And, like, let's say you're not necessarily number 1, but you, as a solo time, as a representative of your guild, you land top 50 for a time, or top 10. And you get a plaque that says your number on it, like 10. And you go and you put it in your room. And, like, you have these plaques that just, like, oh, you got the 10, and you put it in the room. It's a trophy. and you get to put it there.
I love that.
That would be really good, and it would have, like, let's say it's like a pink thing with like a blue outline because it's solo, and then you have a pink one that's a green one because it's party, and it's like, this is our party time that we got. We're really proud of it. Yes, someone came and curb stomped it, but at one point in time, we were number one. Like, or even like an item for my room that's like a ledger, and you can click on it and just look at all the times you have, or just things that make it relevant. You're like, write that down.
I'm actually, I just made a Google Doc, and I'm writing that down right now.
Yeah, and that's how I like to look at things. Like, how can we use already existing assets, expand upon them? Because we had RTA. People were demons for RTA, like that RTA leaderboard, like top 100, top 40. How fast could you do it? And the RTA approach was actually perfect because RTA had that. Did you ever participate in RTA?
I never really got like super back when it was around. I wasn't like competitive enough to really like engage in it, unfortunately. So I kind of missed out on like shit. I missed out on all those stuff you could get from that, and all that.
Oh yeah, I made a fortune off that.
I can't get
Meditation 6 was in there, man.
Meditation, what was it, 5?
Meditation 6.
6, right? Yeah, because
it doesn't
you can't
normally exist.
Yeah, so I was like,
I got
there's no way to get that.
And I sold it.
Yeah, I know, you made like a whole business off that. Like, I have this many meditation skill cards, who wants one, right?
Yeah.
It was like that, yeah, that was really cool to see. And it's like, why didn't they bring that back? Because they had such a good execution, and that has, a lot of potential for that, kind of stuff.
So, another thing that Mirio added is that if we got those guild trophies, like, if you clicked on it, it would show, like, date and time. Like, the time that you actually obtained it. So it's like a timeless thing, like a timestamp. Like, on this day, as of 2022, we got this time. And then, if it gets beat, the next one will be like, 2023 or whatever. Like, if it would just have the date and time on it, that'd be cool.
Oh, for the actual, like...
if there was, like, a trophy or something.
A trophy, okay.
Yeah.
So that, considering from a game code standpoint, like, currently in the game there are assets that get loaded and rendered, and those assets are already like custom made by Cyberstep. They have their models and all that, and that's just saved as what's called a static file,
right?
And that gets loaded. But what I'm thinking, what we're going to have to do for NFTs, and again, why players should not necessarily have to invest in NFTs, but at least understand that NFTs are going to benefit Onigiri, is, the reason why we're implementing them is because we want to have a new system to dynamically render, modularly render models, and stack traits together. So that same system I could use for items like that, where it's like you take the template, the trophy model, and then you add the trait as an attribute to that specific instance of that trophy model. So that timestamp will be an attribute that'll get attached to that specific instance. And that instance can get saved in your My Room, and you put that up, and the game will automatically, like when you load into the My Room, it'll see the trophy, it'll render the trophy model template, but then it'll also see, it has an attribute attached to it, let's render that in also modularly.
Yeah, like, so you could even just click on it, and it has a message box, and it just says what it is.
And all that is possible, and all stuff like that is 100% only possible due to the NFTs. Due to that the way they want the NFTs to be integrated,
like the technology involved.
Yeah. So there's a lot of benefit, not only just for the investors, the Web3 player base, but also the Web2 player base, and that's what I'm most interested in. That's where I come from. I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't know the first thing about NFT before I joined the server, and I got all in this. My first impression, like yours, was like, what are they doing to my game? What is this? Get this out of here. I don't understand this. This is new. And I had like this kind of negative connotation from like
there's a lot
Twitter
of stigma
stuff. Yeah, things, just weird projects that you see that are like, why would anyone care about this? And it's like, it's like you hear about scams and you hear about things. So different buzzwords get kind of thrown around and different connotations get thrown around. So I was affected by that too, and I was like, why is this happening? Is this good? Is this bad? I want to avoid this. But then I'm like, oh wait. This is the one and only opportunity we have to finally get a direction for Onigiri.
Right.
This is it's now or never. If I don't get in on ground zero here and actually get on the floor and be like, you know what, this, you know, as a player, I want to give the opinions of the player base to benefit the long-term success of Onigiri, because the more we can tailor to players' needs, the better we can meet those, the more successful the game will be, the more successful the company will be. Everyone wins. That's an opportunity of a lifetime. It's now or never. The stars are aligning. Let's make this happen. And that's sort of how that went. So, yeah, no, all these things have kind of led together, and I'd like players to understand that just because, you know, you might have a negative opinion about NFTs, that's totally fine. They're 100% optional. You can be a free-to-play. You can play the traditional way Onigiri has been played. We want to preserve all that. You don't need to spend a cent, like Papa said. But understand, I'd at least like to ask you guys to understand that it's because of the NFTs that Onigiri is able to grow. That all of this has come together.
It's our life support.
Right, exactly. So, you know, there's benefits for all of us, you know, both types of players, both the Web3 and the Web2. And I just like you guys to understand that, you know, that there's, you know, both sides benefiting here. So that's what we're trying to work towards, is bridging that gap and making sure that we can both coexist and live happily ever after in our humble little game and share it with as many people as possible. Currently we got, let's check the current number. Holy moly, it went up. 11,655 members in the Onigiri Metaverse Discord server. Wow.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, man. That's a big number there. There's a comma and several digits in that number there. So, you know, being able to prepare for that and being able to provide a seamless, you know, option for players who are interested in the direction things are going. You know, and the best part about that is you can join the new server. We welcome you aboard. You can also keep playing on the Cyberstep side, the pre-existing servers. We're not going to touch those. Those are still yours. Your accounts are still there. Nothing's going to be wiped. We're just adding a new server. That's all.
So is development like still continuing for content?
Right. So that's, you know, something that's something I am a little bit confused about in terms of whether or not we're going to integrate updates from Cyberstep's side. So let's say they add a new character. Are they going to send, you know, that to us and we'll implement in that server too? Or if I implement a new content, like if I figure out how to, you know, make a new stage map, make a new character model, things like that, and I add that as like a story event. You know, if we finally start finishing the storyline, the main storyline, you know, would Cyberstep allow that? Would they take that and put that in their game too? So that's something we're going to figure out on the fly, in terms of, you know, whether or not this is just going to be a complete, what's called a fork. In GitHub terminology, that's where you just take, you know, an already existing code base, you fork a copy of that, and then you just develop that copy off to the side and become something completely different.
Like when the manga and the anime like meet up and they gotta like make go their own way.
Right.
The Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood thing.
Yep.
It's the same idea, but then they trail.
Yeah. So, you know, that's something I'm, you know, going to work towards figuring out, in terms of how much autonomy I really do have, practically speaking. Right. Because with access to the code base, you know, anything's theoretically possible, but nothing's, you know, 100% guaranteed, right? So that's where, you know, the community comes in terms of feedback that I want to gauge, surveys will run, and that can get forwarded to Cyberstep if there's any issue in terms of the contract. So we can figure that out and get a resolution, whatever is needed for that. So yeah, you know, that's the mindset, that's kind of the approach there. But the philosophy, at least, you know, for myself personally, is, yeah, let's finish the content. Let's get more things added, more things rolling, because, you know, what's going to have to be in the game, like I can guarantee, is new quests, you know, new quest incentives, for the play to earn gameplay. because
Yeah.
players are going to need endpoints to like achievements, like that whole list of sub achievements, that you kind of forget about. It's like, am I really going to go out and collect all those achievements? The prices, the rewards aren't really there. Those are going to have incentives, and we might add more that, give players in-game loot, give players, those Onigiri tokens, which they can exchange on the blockchain.
Right.
So, there's already that guarantee that, things are going to be added that aren't going to be present on Cyberstep. So that leads me to believe that, if there's enough time and there's enough demand, we could add content as much as we desire. So that's kind of my take on that.
Because right now the new server has enough content, like gradually added to sustain it for technically years to come.
Right.
Like as long as you, like as you say, like if you go like, okay, we'll go to Kyoto, and then next month we'll go to, Echigo, or then we'll go to, gradual like progression. Like we've had enough updates. Like I think I mentioned, like our Onigiri is now Onigiri version 2.0. Like
I was like, oh wow, that is true. Yeah. Is that just the way the PlayStation like
when we download the update, it says it's Onigiri version 2.106.
Wow. So you actually see the version of the package. That's interesting. So that's PlayStation specific then.
Yeah.
Because that's not Onigiri version. The client actually has its own version built in the game code. And it's not anywhere near 2.
Yeah, because they could have kept adding decimals, but it said 2. It's 2.0.
Right. Interesting. That I've never seen that actually. That's really interesting. But yeah, so definitely.
another comment we're seeing a lot is I know that back in the original PC days there was there's a big use of these Cyberstep forums for Oni. Like I remember looking up like, oh, what do I do for Spear? Like they had forums, and then they've been since closed. People are asking, is there like going to be a resurrection or any new forums that will exist?
If Catheon doesn't have a full stack web developer that's going to handle that, I'd be more than happy to set that up for you guys, like an official, catheongaming.com or onigirimetaverse.com/forums or something like that, or forums.onigirimetaverse, whatever we end up deciding on the host name. Yeah, we could set up a forums pretty quick and snappy. Honestly, that's a pretty easy thing to.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another thing on that point is, so you know and probably appreciate our Holy Bible, the Wiki.
Yes.
So, like, the Wiki exists. It's a fan-based thing. People upload screen grabs. They input the information. They upload the recipe and all that stuff. Like, everything you want to look for, it's like an encyclopedia, right? Yep. So, like, will there be any, has the Wiki ever come up as a talking point at all, to have something similar, or to import the knowledge that's there, or do you guys use it at all or ever look at it?
That is really interesting, because I do not believe most of the Catheon side are aware of the Wiki. So here's the kind of thing that has, obviously there's, the Cyberstep player-based side, which is us players were acquainted with the game. We know the Wiki and the stuff. And then there's all these new Web3 gamers coming on board, all these new people, and they're not aware of any of that. Right. So even on Catheon's side, they're still learning the game. But the coolest thing, dude, they'll sometimes live stream in the Discord server. They'll play the game, they'll boot it up themselves, and they're learning. They're going through that first Onigiri experience themselves, and they're making an effort to get acquainted with the game, to understand how it works. And they play with players. You can go meet up with Catheon staff and play with them. So that's definitely a priority on their side, is they really want to understand the actual game and really get acquainted with it, even if they don't understand, all the terminology and all the, end game stuff that we do.
Right.
So yeah, the Wiki is definitely something we can bring up. What are you asking for in terms of that?
I'm pretty sure you played a game in your life where you're like, man, this Wiki's really great. And people post strategies for how to use gear and do things like that. And then you always wonder yourself, well, how much does the developer look at the Wiki? How much do they know? Sometimes we'll find advantages and they'll go look for it and then take it away. There's always that us versus them mentality.
Right.
Where it's like when you're rolling, you want to like get the thing with as cheap as money, or you want to, you know, like, did you ever fight New and you like for experience and you rolled through the wall back in the day?
Oh,
Did you ever
man,
do that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
And
Tell me
then,
about it.
and then months later, like years later, they Cyberstep updated its terms of service, and I'm reading it and I'm like, uh-oh, and I'm like, how do I tell people not to glitch without telling them like what the glitch is? Like that's like the thing is
There's
speech. Like,
catch-22.
Right. If you can't point to the doctor where it hurts, and if you point to your elbow and elbows are illegal, then he takes your elbow. Like, you know, it's like,
Yep.
you need that. You need to be able to like voice your. You have to be able to point to the problem. So,
Right.
So like, one of the biggest things, like, it's always the mystery of like what's punished and what's not. And I'm not asking for like what are the exploits we're allowed to do.
Okay.
Like,
real quick on that, bazaars. I think it's really important that we focus right away on whether or not having bazaars opened while you're offline is illegal or not. Because for a long time, players were unsure about that because it was never documented. And then suddenly, the terms of service updated, and it was like, oh, it's suddenly, illegal for you to do this or that.
Right.
It was kind of vague, and it was like, oh, okay. But the problem with that was it just wasn't communicated well enough, and unfortunately a lot of top players got banned on Steam.
Yes.
For example, that Kazuma player, that level 135 player that carried me in Purg in the beginning, he got banned, and no one knew why, and our best guess is because he was using the Bazaar function that he thought was an official feature. He thought it was, okay, yeah, you just disconnect and you leave your bazaar open so that you can let people buy the stuff that you grinded for and have your market going.
Like
a little.
You're going to work for the day and you just
right.
For us, it's like you leave your game on. Well, that's electricity,
Yeah, and Cyberstep didn't communicate whether or not that was a feature or whether or not that was an exploit. And that lack of clarity led to a great loss on. Like, I can vouch for Steam players. We lost a lot of top players, and it was extremely tragic. And this was right before I don't know if you heard of the negative OC.
That was right. I remember that because I remember Cyberstep was playing chess, and they did a good move. But I remember because that was this winter. That was right before Christmas.
Yeah,
and,
so December 2021, and then January 2022 was sort of the area it happened.
Yeah. And I remember, it happened, and then everyone was like, negative OC, and they're like, what do we do? And then Cybersteps just puts their little, like, queen on the board, and it's just like, this is KG. What? Like, I was like, excellent play.
I know. Okay, so that's the thing. I'm logged in game. Oh my gosh! I just tabbed to Onigiri. Okay, so we're having a raid on the Steam server right now. Everyone's dressing up as Kyoto cards.
Oh, I know those.
Oh my gosh, I love this. Wait, let me find it. Where's the Kyoto guard outfit? Kyoto Gate guard. Boom! Let's get this going.
we did it to a GM once when we were supposed to get 1,000 OC. We swarmed this GM, and we wouldn't let him log in. He would try to we just Ifrit yell. He could not get into Onigashima.
Oh
He was trying to give us the OC, and he just kept crashing. And what we did is we all had the Blue Moon Blade out because it was like the thing. And like Blue Moon Blade was like a whole meta. Like it carried people having Icicle Brandish, whatever it's called. Anyway, the Verdant Storm of Ice. I can't think of it right now. Icicle, not Punishment. I can't think of it.
The new ice skill?
No. It's the old OG Ogi. Like you would charge up your axe or Odachi with ice and then slam it down and it would cap. I can't remember what it was called. But anyway, like it would carry people. But anyway, the GM was trying to log in and we all surrounded him. We all had Blue Moon Blades and the Kyoto Guard hat. Blistering Ice Wave, thank you very much. Blistering Ice Wave. And we all stood around him with Blue Moon Blades, and we just kept saying, do you know the way? Do you know the way? Like, this is when Ugandan Knuckles was huge. And we kept saying, do you know the way? Do you know the way? And he kept crashing. We kept yelling with Ifrit. And I was all like, oh, man, I don't want to get banned. I was, like, running away. I was like, oh, no. And we were doing this. And This is one of the biggest times Cyberstep connected with us, is because after they finally did it, what they had to do, they go. It's still on Twitter. You can find it. And they said they released a tweet and said it's done. The 1000 OC has been distributed to everybody. Thanks for your attention, yada yada. And then they posted a picture of Ugandan Knuckles, like a GIF of "Do you know the way?" They fucking did it.
They did it, bro.
We touched it. It's like the picture. The old picture of like Adam trying to touch God, you can't connect. Like we finally touched them.
Yeah,
like
we finally have reached the gods above.
Yes.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. So like the "Do you know the way?" It was great. It was like one of our best moments. Like we finally reached them.
Oh man, that's so funny. I love sharing stories like this. That's just brings me back, man.
Well, that's so MMO fun. Life. Like
yeah.
I saw a thing recently. It was just on the internet. It was like a Final Fantasy picture, and someone's sitting in a doorway, and they made their name like Door Wedge, and then like they're just sitting there, and then someone comes by and stands next to them, and they're a door handle, and then someone else is like entranceway, and someone's like dead on the floor, doormat. Like it's just like these they're just MMO moments that everyone gets.
Yeah,
like
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was fun.
Oh, you were there midnight? Right on. Oh, you were there, right on. Trying to think other points that I want to bring up just real quick. I don't know how much time you have left. Like I'm vibing. I'm perfectly.
I'm totally vibing. Like I said, until I get pinged by my boss or anything like that, I'm pretty much whatever, however long you want to go for. Totally open. Because I feel like streams like this are extremely important to be able to absolutely. Like the value of this is indeterminable because of how much it can impact the future and how much it can help the direction and start conversations that need to happen.
So I was thinking a lot about the NFT inclusion, where it's like purely like it's not purely, but for the most part it's cosmetic. It's like a lot of like individual change stuff. Like where like if you have a Vanguard, your Vanguard's a different color, or they look different or whatever, right? Like, so let's say the same thing exists for accessories. Like you roll for an accessory or you mint it or whatever you do, and you get an accessory, and it's just like, well, this accessory that goes on your shoulder is a special color. It still gives you the attack percent, the affinity, the element, everything you want it to do. It's just yours is special, and it's like cool. And then, like, let's say, for example, you get, like we mentioned, weapon skins. Like, this is my white brilliance, but the aura is black. It's really cool. And when I do, like, let's say, like, there was a property, because right now we have a glitch on PlayStation, and our collapsing blade on Spear, and only Spear, is green.
What?
It's green.
Really?
Yes. There's no reason for it. Like the charge up is like purple, and then you swing and it turns green, and the blade swing is green.
Okay, yeah, that's a typo in the code. That's just something in one of the config files. There's just a number assigned that references like a certain color, and yeah, they probably just typoed. Honestly, that's funny.
So now it's collapsing fart, or just like let it rip or something. Like it's gross.
Wow. Oh,
it's only on Spear, and I'm like, well, it only does damage cap. It's pretty ass. But like, I think the concept though of like, let's say for example, there was some kind of like, either it was tied to an NFT or some kind of like, you know how like we go to the mirror and it lets us customize how we look with like colors.
Right.
And the shader's so big, like there's so many options for what color you get. Like imagine if like, let's say for example, you had an NFT skin. And then the NFT skin was customizable. Let's say even like an outfit was an NFT outfit. And then you could go and assign the color you want to it and then just hit like mint, this is yours, no one else can have it. Or whatever. Like, I think the concept of like, let's say someone could make like, on their Spear, their water dragon is golden. Like, it's the same move, but it just looks cool.
So that's the thing. We can't always have what we want, and this is going to be one of the points that unfortunately I have to push back on, because the whole mechanic of the NFTs is that they're randomly generated.
Right.
So minting is basically like rolling the gacha at a low entry cost, and you're going to get a random Vanguard. Currently, the first wave, it's 4 Vanguards. I should probably have mentioned this earlier. currently we have, let me open it up, Onigiri Metaverse.
They're the ones on the website, like Lancelot and
So
Kenshin.
Lancelot, Kenshin, Kojiro, and Sasuke. So those are the
Kojiro?
4. Yes, Kojiro.
You guys are starting with Kojiro?
I know. I saw that. I was like, really?
They won't
Is
need
that-
mounts. They'll have Kojiro.
Yeah. So I was like, interesting. Okay. So that's so the coolest thing is Cyberstep's actually handling all the illustration themselves in-house,
That's good.
first party.
Their artists are great.
They are super on top of their creative vision for their characters. That's a big important part for Cyberstep. And Catheon originally we actually offered, because a lot of the time, partnering with companies, the way that goes is like, oh, we don't want to have to invest all this time just to get you guys set up. So the other company was like, yeah, we'll draw it for you, and we'll get someone on board to draw it for you. And Cyberstep was like, no. We want to be the ones to illustrate. We want to have the creative vision over our characters. And I think that's important, that they actually really do value their assets.
I respect that, to be honest.
Yeah, I
if
respect
it was my baby, you know.
Absolutely.
And
so yeah.
Mm-hmm. The biggest thing for me is the biggest reason why I was so, you watch me talk about Heroes, and
Mm-hmm.
my biggest contention with the whole thing was there was an ad they put on Amazon, and they censored Ibaraki because it was for a global audience. Like, that's globalization. Shit. But that was a big no-no.
Mm-hmm.
And gradually they've actually made Ibaraki's assets smaller. They made our player assets smaller. I was one summer my ass got smaller. I was like, what the fuck? So for me, Onigiri's a game that's rated M.
Mm-hmm.
They're allowed to do what they can without penetration, essentially, to put it plainly.
Right.
It's an M-rated game. You know what you're getting into. Kids do play it. Like, I've had people come to me and say, Oro, I've been watching you since 4th grade. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm somebody's Mr. Rogers,
That's a broad audience.
Yes. And one guy's he's like, 6 years ago, Oro, I helped you to I wanted help for Dew Creek, and you said you were vacuuming. And I'm like, I was. And now he's 18. We just celebrated his 18th birthday the other day.
Wow.
Where was
That's
I going
awesome,
with that?
man.
I forget. This is an oral moment. I talk about something, I forget. We're talking about skins and stuff. I don't know.
We get sidetracked. We definitely go down some tangents, as they say, for sure.
Yeah, some forks.
I feel that. Yeah, some forks. Yeah. Oh man, because I feel like I was trying to make an original point, and then it's like, oh, I want to talk about this point. Oh, that leads to this point. It's like, I didn't get to finish the original point.
It's a linguistic adventure.
Yeah, exactly. So the original point I was making was, minting process, which is happening on August 3rd.
Right, Kojiro.
So Kojiro and Sasuke. So those are the 4 initial vanguards that we're going to have as NFTs. So on August 3rd, it's totally optional. You can come in the public mint, or if you get the whitelist, you can come in early, the pre-sale it's called. You basically, the entry fee for a single mint is, I'll check the latest, just 100% sure, 0.03 Ethereum.
Okay.
Which is a cryptocurrency, and that roughly translates to around $40 to $50 currently.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the entry fee to get a fully awakenable Vanguard limited. So it's until the mint sells out, the stock is 3,000. So there's 3,000 NFTs that are being sold in this event. That's August. That's what's happening on August 3rd, and it's going to be those 4 initial vanguards. And there's going to be secondary waves down the line and tertiary waves for extra, because obviously Onigiri has a lot of vanguards. We have a lot of characters.
I have 63, my dude.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. There's a huge pool of characters.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something we're looking forward to in the future, is adding more. So that it's not just going to be those 4. So for clarity, it's not just 4. It's going to be all of them, as much as we can get Cyberstep to illustrate for us down the line, and that's going to be what we call waves.
Okay. So we have 3 really good questions. The one I want to look at right now is from Junk Dog, and Junk Dog is basically asking, are the NFT? Yeah. He says the NFT character is random, right? We can't choose what character we want.
Exactly.
It is.
So so here's the thing. This is how this will work. You mint. If you want to get one NFT, you'll mint, and you'll have it show up in your wallet as unrevealed. It'll be like an item you get in your crypto wallet, and that's something that is just tied to you, you know. And then the reveal, what's it's called, is going to come afterwards. There will be updates posted on that after the mint finishes, and everyone's vanguards get revealed. So if you mint one, you have a 1 in 4 chance to get, you know, any of the characters in the pool.
Okay.
1 second. So to continue on that, sorry. Yeah, so they're all going to be randomized, and afterwards, after the mint finishes, the marketplace is going to be opened up. So, what's that going to look like? You guys can trade your vanguards. If you end up with the one you don't want, and you know someone that has the one you want, you guys can just, you know, trade them. You guys can work that on your own.
Okay.
Just the only thing I would preface is make sure you 100% be careful of any scammers that offer trading services or anything like that. There's a lot of that going around nowadays. So make sure you trust the person and you know what you're getting into. I myself was victim to a scammer on like CSGO trading items, and he, you know, built up this whole identity about like being the most, you know, one of the most reputable traders, and because he had a higher reputation than me, I had to put the items up first, and then he'd give me the cash for that. And obviously, you know, he just up and left. Yeah, took it and ran, quick as that.
Yeah, people like that.
So, you know, that's something y'all want to be really diligent and vigilant about, is making sure you don't end up in a situation like that. But yeah, you know, you'll be able to trade. You'll be able to trade all the vanguards. So if you end up with the one you don't want, you can sell it, and you can buy the one you do want.
Okay, so a bit of clarification. So earlier you mentioned that these NFTs are vanguards. You said they will be awakenable. Do you mean they are fully awakened, or we have the ability to awaken them further?
I'm still waiting confirmation on how we want to approach that. All that I know so far is guaranteed it's going to be at least one scroll. You know, that'll automatically show up in game. You'll have it in the partner list, like I said. But here's the thing. The NFT itself, on the chain, on the blockchain side of things, is going to have its own leveling system. So, you know, your Vanguard in-game will have its level, but also the NFT tied to it will have its own level too. So what I'm thinking is we can avoid scrolls altogether and just go straight to the root, which is the chain, the blockchain. And let's say you engage in a lot of play-to-earn gameplay, you engage in a lot of the quest incentives that will be running, all the events, special events, content that will add into the game. If you engage into that, you can level up your NFT, which would, you know, like progressively unlock higher awakening levels. That's one of the ideas I've had. So yeah, that's my current perspective on that.
So, are you familiar with how vanguards were handled on Heroes, leveling them?
What was that?
Like on the phone game, are you familiar with how vanguards were leveled?
I never played the phone on the phone myself.
Okay, so I want your honest opinion as an Onigiri player. How would you feel? Like a one-scroll vanguard, what level does it go to?
One scroll vanguard, you can take it all the way up to 100, right?
Right.
Yeah.
On Heroes, a one-scroll vanguard goes to 20. A
Okay.
two-scroll vanguard goes to 40. Or no,
I see, yeah.
40, 60, 80, 100.
Right.
So even if you got like, and this was the same for mounts. So even if you got a one-scroll mount, you can't learn all the moves with Ifrit. Like you don't get none of that. The Vanguard,
Right.
Miyamoto, you don't get skills. You use rank 4 Crimson Slash. You don't like, and they only had one weapon slot. Like it was really, really bad, horribly received. We only found out about it because someone put in $100, and they're like, I get to take my Miyamoto to 60. This sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense now, and I can see how poor of an execution that can be from a player standpoint. I as a player, I 100% agree that is not the way we should approach it.
No.
Yeah, I think
Like,
that's a big no-no. I think
I
that's
think
like
in one of your discords I mentioned like what I would prefer to see is like if it was easier to get more scrolls for Vanguards, let's say, because the main thing about Vanguard scrolls is the duration and the charge time. So like the main point of having a 5-scroll Vanguard is one, they charge twice as fast and they last 3 minutes, and then beyond that you've unlocked all your skills. So those are two. They're all like important. Like if you have a 5-scroll Vanguard, it's so hard to go use a 3-scroll Vanguard. It is painful to go like charge or whatever.
Yeah, because the charge is just
right. Because by the time you get to the boss, you might not even be charged, especially
right, depending on the dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And depending on your party members, like, okay, so, I come in with a 3-scroll Vanguard, someone else comes in with a 2-scroll, we're not going to be able to get both our Vanguards charged.
No,
one of us is going to decide.
As if they're one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I would have preferred, like, if you have a 1-scroll Vanguard, you charge 100% rate, like, it's the same. You got the 2-scroll Vanguard, 1.25, 3-scroll, 1.5, and then at 5-scroll, it's 2 times, because that's what it is, that's how Onigiri is. But if there was a progressive model that was like, you have 2 scrolls, you charge 25% faster. Yay! You don't feel left out. Like that's the thing about Oni, like the divide between pay to win and free to play or in between. Me and Lara always called it, it's pay to try, because you can have everything you want in this world, or put as much money as you possibly can. Like, and if your Vanguard, if your Mount Stamina runs out, you go back to being like, it's like Shazam.
Yeah.
Like, you go back to being a useless kid. If
Right,
you're not
right.
built. Like it's the divide there. So the biggest problem is not that. Like when I'm running Perk, I say, hey, I'm going in there with like first aid staff. I'm charging. I'm taking the time to do it. Like, why don't you guys do it too? And it's because if they don't have a 5-scroll Vanguard that works in this situation, it's going to take them. By the time they fill up, the dungeon's done.
Right.
Like. But some Vanguards, they do have that progressive charge built into them. But it's one of those things that was never like grandpa claused in. It wasn't like retrofitted. Like the gold Vanguards, like 6 and 9 and Ibaraki, the ones that take 10 scrolls, they actually get progressive growth for every like milestone scrolls. Like they'll start filling up faster. KG has it, and no one knows that because she instant charges.
Right.
KG and Shiro. For every scroll they get that 1.25, 0.50. Like, if it was just added to everyone, it's like, hey, because as a player, no one wants to get a Vanguard and be like, well, I got a Vanguard, but at 1 scroll, it's useless. No one wants to hit that jackpot, that, like, yes, I got the thing, and be like, well, fuck, I can't use it. This is, like, that's the worst feeling, especially getting a duplicate and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about this, then, as a solution? So we keep 100% if you get 1 scroll or 1 NFT of a Vanguard, you can take it to level 100. On your own, you can level it up. You can give it weapons, compados, whatever.
Yeah.
But also on the blockchain side, it'll have its own leveling system, like I mentioned. And the higher you take that level, the higher, like, it'll add extra scrolls. Would that be, in your opinion?
If you could earn an extra scroll,
through play to earn
and then
gameplay,
still have the option to like buy another scroll, that's great because you have 2 options. You now have a play to earn Vanguard. That's going to value that works. That's a eureka.
All right, I'll note that down and see what I can do on that front, because I feel like definitely, like you said, more options can never hurt as long as it doesn't kill the game balance. So we always have to put Catheon's very we're very disruptive, but we're also very organized. So any new idea kind of gets shared around, and we get each other's opinions on that before it actually goes through. So that's something I could bring up in terms of the NFT leveling, because we're still unclear on how exactly that's going to work out. It's not 100% set in stone yet. So while we can still communicate about these things and get conversations rolling, we can try to help steer the direction towards something beneficial.
So then this whole concept of like being able to trade the like we mint the things, and then we get all these I'm understanding is we get all these face down cards, and then when the time comes we flip them up, we see what we get.
Flip them up. Yep,
right.
Exactly.
So let's say I'm a baller and I get 5 because I know what I'm about. I'm a veteran Onigiri player. I get 5. They're all going to be Kojiro because I know it. And I get Kojiro, Sasuke, Kenshin, and who's the other one? Miyamoto or I don't remember. Lancelot. Oh boy, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. So I got a 3-scroll Sasuke. I hate this already. And I have a Lancelot and I have a Kojiro. I'm like, okay.
Right.
So let's say I want to trade my Sasuke ones. I don't care. I'll keep 1 for achievements or like prizes from rewards, and then I have 2 that I'm willing to get rid of. And if I like in Oni, if you turn in a scroll, like it's you can't do anything with it anymore. Right? Once you redeem
you can't extract a scroll.
Right. When you give Yoshitsune a recipe, you no longer have the ability to trade it. You can't sell it to Moroku. I'm assuming that practice, because in the AMA you said like the conversation came up of like, what if a weapon was an NFT and you failed to smelt because you're dumb and you didn't have a button. I'm not saying you're dumb, but it's just like you were careless, you didn't know, whatever.
You didn't know, yeah.
Yeah, because that happens to everybody. Like,
yep, we've all gone through something like that.
Yeah. So, like, and the NFT breaks, and Papa was like, well, if it's in the rules of Oni, then it should theoretically break. Like, so in that same line of logic, like if I had like 5, like I said, I have 3 Sasuke's, 1 Kojiro, and 1 Lancelot, but I turn them all in. Logically speaking, I should not be able to trade it. Because you can't, like, I imagine you can't unawaken a Vanguard. Like, what if I already equipped the skills? Like, it's not in engine. That can't happen. Unless you went to try and change skills later, and it's like, you don't have the rights to this skill anymore. If you touch it, you lose it. And it's like, well, I'm just going to get 5 scrolls of Honda, give her the skills I want, and then just, like, that's the exploiting in me. That's, like, how do I take advantage of the situation?
Good thinking there. That is great input. That is a great perspective there.
Because, like, in my perspective, it's like my inventory. Everyone sees me open my inventory. There's 11 Miyamotos. Those Miyamotos are not turned in. They should be tradable.
Right.
Or maybe, like, in-game, I have those, but the NFT version of it is tradable, and if it's not unlocked, it does what it has to do. I don't know.
Yeah, so, like I said, it's not guaranteed that scrolls will be tied to individual NFTs. So, for example, if you mint 5 and then you get 5 of the same character, it's not 100% guaranteed that that's going to mean you have 5 scrolls of that character, because that's the only thing I think of in terms of a potentially degen market, is things could go up insanely high in price. Like, certain NFTs could become extremely desirable, and that demand automatically changes the price that people will pay for them or sell them at.
Yeah.
So we want to be really careful that we don't end up with a market that prevents people from having that low entry level that we want to preserve. So, like, let's say, if KG becomes the most desirable NFT possible, and people start selling her starting at like $10,000 or something. No one's going to be able to realistically reach that entry fee. So we want to make sure that things can stay balanced in terms of the economic consequences of that. So we're being very careful not to make any disruptive or destructive decisions in that regards. So that's definitely something that we should have more conversations about in the future as we get closer. Something I can bring up, when the time arises, like, we're thinking of this. How's that going to affect this? Okay, that would potentially be exploitable. Let's not go that route. Let's find another route. That's something that's going to come up and go. So yeah, definitely it's good that we start thinking about these things. So if all you players, everyone in the stream, feel free to make suggestions, to give feedback on if you have any concerns about what could potentially end up happening. That way we can ensure nothing gets implemented that would be destructive.
Yeah, because, like, like as like in a player perspective, it's like, okay, I've come from the world of Onigiri. I know how much things cost. You come and tell me for, let's say, $40 a scroll, I can get for 200 and how much is that? 40 times 5 for $200. I can get 5 scroll of this. God bless. I'm doing it. You're getting money because I know the value of this thing and I know how much it could potentially cost.
Right.
You know, so as a veteran Onigiri player, if you say, hey, you can get 5 scroll Kojiro for $200, that's a steal. I'm in there. You now have a digital 100%. Asset that costs you literally nothing to recreate that I'm going to buy for 200, and now it has a value to me, and then it has a value to someone else potentially. You know, like that makes sense. Like if it was a guaranteed investments work. Like if I know that, you know, I can get a 5 scroll Kojiro for $200, I'm gonna go buy 5 of these mints or whatever, and then they roll over, and I get 2, and I have 3 other scrolls I'm not familiar with. I go trading. Hey, who's got 3 Kojiros that doesn't want it? The answer, nobody. The guy who bought 8. That's the guy. Yeah. So, but the main concern would be like, if this Vanguard is like, it's just sitting in my inventory doing nothing, it could be profit. You know.
Right.
So,
yeah, I definitely think that should be a priority in terms of letting players be able to just because, you know, even I have like plenty of just scrolls lying around that I'm like, oh, I'm never going to be able to use that, you know. It's just sitting there and it's just wasting inventory space, which is, as an Onigiri player, extremely valuable. We don't have unlimited of that. It's a limited number.
Fun fact, key items do not take inventory space.
Are scrolls considered key items then?
Yep.
Because they show up in the regular list.
Yep, because it shows everything. Like it's weird with them because they're reusable, because they're like consumable. Okay. But if you go to your tab and you click like some of the different sorting options, they disappear. But if you you click the golden little crown thing for key items, they're there. That's where your Rozu tickets are. That's where your scraps are. Like, well, not scraps, but like art. If you had like a full, well, I guess they're usable. So, but that's where
I knew that like skill cards aren't considered in like a inventory item.
Well, like skill cards have their own slot. Considered? They're just like not a part of. They're not visible till you click on the skill card tab. Same with monster cards.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But yeah, you know, like you said, trading. I think 100%.
And personally, like, there's gonna be like each Vanguard, like with our. This is the downfall of Europe. The European server is the knowledge we have, okay, and its knowledge is to its core. Like the downfall of the EU server was that people that played on PS4 played here for years, and then when their server opened up, they went there and they said, "What Vanguard do we get?" And they said Miyamoto. What about Sasuke? Don't touch it. What about so and so? What about Luna? Don't touch it. What about Mag? Should I farm anything? They're going to give us Yogg. Just wait, and they made no money.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So like, and I think the main thing is if there was ever enough like creative control, like buff the shit Vanguards, literally, whether they go to 150 or just like what they did to Venus and Valkyrie and Siegfried and like the Divine Possessions, they buffed them at one point, just literally buffed. Valkyrie went from doing like 1 million a tick of her little circle to like 7 million. It was like this character was now viable. Like the main problem is that like when you give me this list of 4 Vanguards, I know what's viable and what's not. But if it comes out that Sasuke is doing damage cap every swing of her little Earth Shuriken giant thing or whatever, it's like, oh, I need that. That's a 150 Vanguard. Like, holy shit, that's really cool.
Right.
And
that's something I've been thinking about as well. Is you know, obviously there are certain Vanguards that are both platinum tier, but there's like a discrepancy in the power level.
Right.
Yeah, there's like, you know, they're unbalanced. You look at League of Legends, Riot is constantly like updating the game, trying to balance out all the champions. And that's an effort they actively make. So, you know, why can't we make a similar effort to actively balance Vanguards
to keep them relevant?
To keep, you know, the older ones, you know, on the scene viable, so that players can not only just use whatever's most powerful, and have that as the only option, but be able to use the ones they want. Like what if I
Right.
like the way a certain Vanguard looks?
And how
What if I
they
want to use
play.
that?
Like,
Right,
what's her name?
Yeah, exactly.
The Oda's friend, Hideyoshi. She has a whole mechanic tied into the combo meter. Like, she does more damage with it. Like, it's all built into it.
Yep.
She attacks really fast. She's cool. She's somebody's favorite. This is
Right.
this is the Pokemon argument when they took away the national decks. Like, every Pokemon is somebody's favorite, whether they're good or
Yeah.
not. Somebody likes
Exactly.
Caterpie more than Mewtwo because they like Caterpie. Okay, not to say that all Vanguards should be the same and the best and great, but they should be able to stand on their own feet, and it should be
Right.
they should be good mechanically, not like stat wise.
Right.
Like-
Yeah, I highly agree.
Yeah, like there's no reason that with the power we have, like, yes, it's cool that we with Sublimes have overpowered some Vanguards. That's the point.
Yes.
Because if we
To
can't
get the-
power ourselves up, why are we killing something to make ourselves stronger if we're never going to reach or attain something outside Oni mode?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, Oni mode is definitely big on my radar in terms of the character itself beyond just Vanguards. Vanguards are going to be a huge focus going forward, but I want to give that love to just the Oni mode and the potential with that in terms of just building your character, making sure that the focus remains as the foundation on your character. Play the
Right.
game. You go build your Magatomas. You go build the main line. You go build the weapons that you need for certain elements, and you get that gear set up, and then you take advantage of that with Vanguards for convenience. But you still have that foundation as a player to stand on your own. I think that's really important as well.
Right. Because, like, the opposite of that is, like, Genshin Impact, where you have no sense of self. It's just the characters you get.
Right.
And the artifacts you give them. Like, it's like, it's fun, but if you don't have anything, like, you're just walking out and you're just traveler and I'll beat this boss eventually.
Yeah.
Like, that's the
interesting.
duality of it, where you have a sense of self.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely think that's important. 100%.
I think in terms of, like, potential market value, you might make more. You'll make a lot off costumes. Like, if there was, like, costume NFTs.
Yeah, cosmetics are massive.
Yeah.
I believe in the potential of that for sure. Like cosmetics, things like that affect aesthetics, personalization, customization, more options in that regards. There's a lot of money to be made.
Especially if these outfits can have, like, randomly generated alternates, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say you get angel wings white, like the stuff that I have, and then
Right.
it comes with the NFT of it, and you, like, apply the skin, and it's like, well, your white angel wings can now be like this black and yellow, like, it's a cool combo, whatever. Like, it's just like, oh, this is cool, this is unique for me, like,
Right.
and I think that thing I mentioned about, if you get the Vanguard, you get Lancelot, you have default Lancelot, but then you apply skin, it's like, you have your NFT cool Lancelot that has the black sword or whatever, like that option. Because, like,
Right.
no one wants to get a character and it's like, guys, my Honda is puke green, like,
and you don't get any other option besides that, yeah.
Yeah, her laser is white and it disturbs me.
Oh, yeah. I can see definitely how, yeah.
It's
how
sort of
that
like
could go.
applying mods in a game where it's like, hey, I
Right.
made the dragon pink, let's go shoot it with Nerf darts. Like, it's kind of,
Yeah,
it's funny.
that's funny. Yeah, so definitely I'm going to push for full selection.
Yeah, like this
between
duality of it. Like, just
Yeah.
giving people choice.
Because at the end of the day, the way the mechanics work is when you do get your NFT, it's going to be that Vanguard. It's going to have that Vanguard stats. Think of it as a template. It takes the Lancelot template, and it just applies the skin on top of that. So why not just have access to the original skin also, if it's already there?
Right, because no
you
one's going to
have-
own, like, default Lancelot or whatever.
Right,
Like, it's the default.
that's not going to be like an NFT, because...
It's
Yeah,
your
right.
version of it that is.
Yeah, right. So I think definitely having both options, custom choosable would be good, so you can just switch back and forth in game whenever you're feeling like it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That way it doesn't take away.
Yeah.
And then if someone walks up to you and they're flexing their stuff, you turn out your stuff, you start flexing, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's, those MMO moments.
Right, because a lot of us will spend, like, I spent 110 for, like, the white fantasy dress, because I'm like, this looks great. I haven't worn it in 2 years. But,
yeah,
like, like, people will be like, oh, man, and the biggest thing was on the Neans, like, they used to have Vanguards with outfits, and then they just, like, stopped doing that. And it's like, Sublimes with Vanguards, they stopped doing that, and it's like, come on, guys. Oh.
Yeah.
I feel like you're writing something down.
Yeah, I was just reading something from file verse. Yeah, okay, so but anyways, yeah. Buff Abyss Purg and change.
Oh yeah. Do you know about Abyss Purg?
Abyss Purg, dude. Okay, so let's think about how hard it is to craft a Purg weapon. You get, like, for example, Dragon Arc. You make all the different types of weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, different weapon types, and then you make the Ultimate Purg 133 version of that. Mm-hmm. Now let's think of Abyss. Oh, okay. So now you have to make 3 of those Purg weapons each for a total of 9. Oof. That's a lot of OC. Me and Hearts calculated that at one point, and I forget what the final number was, but we looked at that number and we shit ourselves. We were like, "Oh, we can't do that. We're not doing that."
It's literally the famous Diablo Immortal moment of, like, is this an out of season April Fool's joke?
Is this an out of season April Fool's joke? Come on, like, you're telling me I have to make, like, 3 times. No, 9 times. Yeah,
9. You make
9
3
times
Novas, 3 Sleets, and 3 11s.
To just get a dark version of basically the same thing, which is a slightly higher number without increasing damage cap.
It's 2 dark multipliers, 30% each. It gives you a physical element, takes away your holy, takes away your crit. It's like, and especially with the Dullahan, it's just. We have someone who has one. They're a JP player, and it's a lunge step sword.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's one of those, like, they didn't really think they didn't really know how the end game works. It
should have been 3 gargoyles. Like, someone made 9. Someone made 8. Like, grottos or abysses. They thought it was going to take every single abyss.
That's what I thought too.
Oh,
and I was
that
okay,
still
start
sucks, but. It's way better than the alternative that they presented. Like, I know we've gotten recipe reduxes before, like where they made Gargs easy to make. Like, I think they need that for that. Another thing, has Steam ever partaken in Dullahan Purg yet?
In what? You cut out.
Oh, Dullahan Purg.
I think that might be one of the newer ones if it's in game. I haven't been active on the Steam server because I quit when the negative OC happened, because right now I have negative 50,000, so I can't do anything.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the current update is.
So the Dullahan was like an event that came with Shiro, and then Dullahan Purg, we got it for Golden Week. JP and us both got it, and it was like a honeymoon of Purg. The recipes dropped off the boss.
What?
Yeah, you ran normal, and you got your normal gave you nothing really. The actual drops to make it dropped off of the thing. Like, you would get, like, the Shigaraki, you would get Mephi drops, you would get stuff that we needed. And then on hard, the basic recipe dropped. There was a 128 weapon, really good, and it would drop off hard, just easy. Oh. And then on hell, you'd get the 8,000 treasure medal thing. Like, the 8,000 treasures recipe would drop off Dullahan. All 8 of them. Man. I have 56, or I don't know if I still have them or not, but I had 56 of each recipe.
Oh man, that's night and day.
And in the exchange shop, if you didn't get your recipe for hard, was 80 OC if you didn't want to do hard mode. Like if you didn't just want to go run hard. Like it was 80 OC.
Yeah.
Or not 80 OC, sorry, 80 treasures. Literally like 10 OC equivalent.
Right. Yeah, that is that's really cool. Holy moly.
And
wow.
It was like amazing because the thing about Purg exchange shops is that for anyone who's ever farmed a Purg, the recipe doesn't matter. It's until you get all the drops. Like the recipe doesn't need to be 8,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you get the recipe either way.
You get it on the way.
Yeah.
Like the recipe could stand to be 1,000. It wouldn't matter. The Ogi, if anything, like it's the Ogi is fine where it is, but I think that once you buy the Ogi from a Purg shop, it should restock for like 2,000.
Restock.
Yeah, for a higher price. Because eventually you end up with medals you don't need. You buy all the mags, you get your recipe.
Yeah,
you still don't have all your drops. And the only reason this ever came up was because Dullahan came out with the glitch where I had built it and it was doing like 20 million damage. And because they messed up. And they nerfed it. They did a full, they announced they were going to nerf it, and the nerf reset the exchange shop, reset every exchange shop. And we were able to get 2 Purg Ogis. And it was the best feeling. We had players that never, like people that will save up free OC and then run and get their Ogi. But this was a time where it came back. And this Ogi is fantastic. It's like 10 hits of damage cap. It's beautiful.
Oh, beautiful, man.
And, like, it was the first time me as, like, being in the sphere of things, I got to see players who generally don't spend on Purgs go and drop a 20 so they can get another Ogi.
Oh,
like,
wow.
the Cyberstep's nerf got them money.
Wow. That is, that's really interesting. That is, yeah, absolutely. I want to look in terms of, what we can do to incentivize the entry barrier.
Like, what they should do, honest to God, is like when, let's say, Infernal Purg is around, and it's an old sauce thing, like it's not new. If Infernal shows up, 9,000 treasures get you a Salome wheel. Sleet, 9,000 treasures, get an Icicle Punishment.
Icicle Punishment, give it to me. Yep.
For 11, get a Zunda Arrow or something, I don't know. Like all these old skills that we can't get out anymore. I don't know why Cyberstep doesn't run those back.
Yeah.
Like, because I know people that are willing to pay hundreds for Icicle Punishment for these moves, and they can't.
Dude, Icicle Punishment is like one of the most revolutionary skills I've ever had the pleasure to experience. And you can only get one of them.
Man, I have like 5. But anyway.
Wait, how'd you get multiple?
Well, when it first came out, it was in the first the Kotenmo event. It was a reward for clearing it. You had a chance to get it.
Oh, you could get a 7 as a reward?
Yeah, you can get 5, 6, and 7. And 5
wow,
was always evolvable to 6.
Yeah.
So, and then the second time Kotenmo came around, we had a full exchange shop. You could buy 1 7, like 2 6s, and 3 5s, or something like that.
Okay, gotcha.
So, I don't know, I personally, I feel like the reason they never rerun it or make a Neon Koropon for it or put it in the Yorozu shop or at least try to monetize something that just could be there. Personally, I feel it's because it's tied to Kotonoa and it's a crossover event.
Right.
But at the same time, nothing prevents them from going, here's a skill, here's a new skill called Ice Age, and it functions exactly the same thing. And it just has a different name.
Sneaky.
Yeah. But if you still want to do it, well, I played during the event and I have Icicle Imprisonment / Punishment. And then the same thing with the Kotonoa mags. Like, we don't have any more Kotonoa recipes. We're all out of them. And it's like, well, why don't we just have, like, it takes Sleet and Nova drops. Why don't we have the Slinova mag? And it's literally the exact same recipe, but just the exact same ingredients. And just, here you go. It's the same thing.
Right, so we can get around the troubles of bringing back collaborations that may or may not have had contracts tied to them that expired, things like that. Yeah, definitely.
Because they are like they're meta important. Like they are tied. Like they're so valuable. Those skills, like, and same thing, like, they can make Icicle Punishment Sublime and make, like, 3 of them, I don't care, like, boom, whatever, right. But the same thing is like just change the name. You have like you can be like Ice Age or I don't know, Hell Wheel or like the wheel's literally Oboro Tenjiku, that guy in Oshu. Like it's literally his attack, like it's his head on.
Yeah.
And then you can just change the name of it and just like the same thing. Like no one's gonna care.
Yeah, that definitely seems like a fair workaround for that. Because really, all these skills are just entries in a file, a table that you add traits to. You can change the name of. You can change the attributes of. It's just a big list that the server sends out, and the game loads from. So all these things are 100% fully customizable from the game code standpoint, so that's totally possible. Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, the correction was we could only get one of each level of the Sublime, but I mean, in the end, you're going to use 6 and 7 anyway. You're going to have like 2 6s and a 7. But yeah, that's how that exchange shot worked. So I had ran and gotten more in the previous event, so I have multiples. That's one. Another thing, because you're talking about like how things have customizable names, one thing players really, really want is if we could nickname our weapons. And nickname mags.
Oh.
Because you know how hard it is to find the rain Chiami, to find the ice Chiami, the fire Chiami, the crit Kodo,
Right. That one you made that one time.
Right.
Separate from the other one you made for the other purpose, but they both have the same name.
And then you're just going through and going through and going through.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like if we could nickname our gear. Like Oni Palace build, we have things, like, how many knowledges do we have? Well, I got a lot. They all do different things. How many chocolate mags do people have? This is the, lychee 2, lychee 3,
Yep.
Within reason, you'd probably have the swear filter built in, but, probably other players couldn't see it, but it would just be, like, something visible for you.
Right.
And then, the skill sets don't work. That have been there forever in the top right of the screen in your character menu, whatever.
In the what now?
Like when you go to your inventory and it goes like skill set 1, 2, and 3. Like it's always been there, and we click on it and nothing happens. Like it was like so you can make like a loadout.
Did we have that on? Oh, equipment set. That's right. The grayed out things. 1, 2, 3. Grayed out.
They're there. They don't work, and they've never been removed.
Wow, I completely forgot about that. Dude, that's something I actually wanted to implement before all this, and I was like, I want to make... I can just easily swap between a different build, so I have my support build, I have my dark build, and I have whatever else. Yeah, so we can easily swap between them. That's a big one on my list. Okay, yeah, let's add that.
I like this, just like quality of life stuff. Another one, especially for Vanguards, is just like I work a folder, just pin to top. Like, how you can just pin something in a folder? It's like, you know what? KG goes at the top. She's not at the bottom anymore. So you don't have to scroll all the way down. Recent, because that just makes the game chug. Because it has to remember, like, all the when was this created, when was it last used? Like, that, it's horrible to do that.
Yes.
Like when you're sorting mags, like when you want to break down mags, you don't sort by recent. Your game's gonna go and it blows up.
But one of the
you
main
sort by like your
optimization...
favorite everything, and then sort by unfavorited, and then it's just it's all there.
One of the main optimization issues right now, which causes what's called a memory leak from the game engine, is it has to process a lot of table data from the SQL. Yeah, so it retrieves it from the server, the user data, SQL data, and it has to process all of that. And the more there is, the longer the game will take to actually load other parts of the game before it finishes processing that, similar to like the OC bug I had, where it just kind of waits to finish before it does anything else. And that's called the GC timer. Okay. So if a situation happens where there's a request being made that's too big, that sort of like in speedrunning where you can like clip through a wall.
Yeah.
If you're on one frame in front of the wall, and the next frame you're behind the wall, the game can kind of just doesn't really realize that you collided with the wall and just treats you like, oh, you're just one frame you're on this side, and the next frame you're on the other side. It's the same thing here. If one frame you're on, the inside the GC timer, and the next frame you're outside the GC timer without finishing that task, the game just gives up and crashes.
Yeah.
A huge optimization issue that I want to solve as much as I physically can, because that's going to solve a lot of crashes, disconnects, random, just immersion breaking, things like that. Like you said, loading a big list of items. On the PlayStation, it's not handled so well. It's even worse.
PS4 to PS5 is like heaven and hell.
Yeah,
like,
so that's what you told me.
I wouldn't
PS5's like a
farm a
lot better.
Darkfin on PS4. You couldn't pay me. Oh my god.
Wow. Yeah, that much, huh?
But that's like solid state. That's all hardware for the most part. But
yeah, on the game client side, there's definitely some things to be refactored.
Like, I have some memes where the guy's like, "Hey guys, let me change my mags," and then it's just like the meme where the guy gives the peace sign and he just like fades from reality. Just like, there I go. You left the party.
Yep. There it is. Yeah, disconnect.
There I go.
There he goes. Yep. Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, favoriting items, being able to customize the sorting, what you want to pin at the top. Yeah, I think definitely that'll help out. Let me write that down.
Or even like if you could sort by like, I mean that it's more difficult, but like just finding out, okay, what beats soul type? What's good? Like, I don't know if those are values you could sort by. Because, like, it's like, oh, we got a Purg, it's SL type. What works? It gives you a list of SL. But there's probably too many lists. I think pin to top be enough. KG works on everything, we know.
Right. Yeah, we just put her on the top and saves time. Yeah.
Or even if Vanguards had, like, a sort by recent, it would be nice, like, just so you know what you got first. Like, it would be, like, a little personal, like, hey... on my screen, Miyamoto's on the top, but on your screen, because you played later, it's got like Kenshin on the top. That would just be like a funny friend thing.
Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. Yeah, so that's something I could look into. Yeah, we're building a big list here.
There's
plenty more where that came from. Believe me, on my side too, I have a huge. I mean, the whole Project Oni thing that I had going was, for everyone to come together and just write whatever idea came to their head, and we'd document all that.
Yeah.
And now, now that we're actually able to implement that officially, and choose and sort of bring up like, okay, this could be a really good idea. We already have all that documented. We already have like this huge list of potential to dig into. So there's definitely so much more. Just waiting on that backlog and waiting to be implemented. And if it's not implemented day one, update cycle next month.
I mean, there's always something to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. So every single update of the game is going to have something new. It's going to have like a fix, a feature addition, a convenience thing, all these ideas we could work on one by one, whatever, however that fits the dev cycle. So yeah, that's kind of the roadmap I have.
I think the big mentality, like I'm no dev, but if I was, the mentality is that it's never perfect. Never tell yourself it's perfect. Just tell yourself it's better.
Right.
Because I feel like Cyberstep is like, well, it's perfect. Like, it's fine. We don't need to change it. It's perfect. It works as intended. It's like, but it could be better. Like,
right. Yeah.
Can you guys, like, I mean, you guys play keyboard and mouse with different. But, like, we can't put 4 repair fairies on our weapons when we repair, because it skips slot 2 every time.
Really?
Because we go, like, cause on our controller, we hit down, like, the down D-pad button is just, like, it, like, auto-locks to the next, like, lower thing. Whereas, like, the stick is, like, your mouse cursor. You can move it wherever you want. But using the D-pad up or down, it clicks to the next thing. And we have, I don't know, it didn't used to be like this, but at one point in time, something changed. And if we hit down, it goes to slot 3 instead of 2. And people have changed their entire play. They have their weapons on slot 1, 3, and 4, and they put their staff in slot 2 because they don't care about the repair fairy touching it.
So that's... Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Right. It changed everything because of the inconvenience. Yeah. This one, like, I can't snap to put fairy on. Well, it's my staff goes there.
Oh, man. Yeah, wow.
Like, for me, it's not the case, but for others, that's how it is.
Yeah.
That's a quality of life thing. Like, it's just...
So many things like that could be solved, in a few strokes of the keyboard.
Yeah.
And it's kind of frustrating. I understand that perspective and why can't Cyberstep just get this out?
They've never repaired a weapon
easy
before in their life.
Right. They don't know how that works. They don't actually go through and, lower the durability. All they do is load up the debug client, type /D, give me weapon with attribute. Okay, I got the weapon, it shows up. Okay, I'll use one skill. Okay, it works. All right, let's launch the update,
So that's a big example of the past where we learned we had a new GM.
Yeah.
And we kept complaining that Purple Mephi did not work. And we specifically stated that Purple Mephi, if you take longer than 2 minutes or something, he would just leave. Like, he would just bug out.
What? Really?
Yes. And we kept telling them that, or people just kept sending reports this does not work. We cannot.
Right, Mephi doesn't work. Yeah.
They brought in a GM. I don't know if it was Purple Mephi or it was Abyss. It was one of the two. It might have been Abyss. I don't know. It was some bot. I think it was Purple Mephi. It was Purple Mephi. We couldn't beat him. And GM Blue Boy. This was our new GM. We used to have Catheon, and we got Blue Boy. This little Blue Boy. And he comes in. And we don't see it happen, but we look at the leaderboard. They said it works as intended. We looked at the leaderboard. This guy killed Mephi in 13 seconds. He didn't even get to 2 minutes.
Right.
He just wedge-bladed the shit out of him.
That is a great point because there's a big difference in terms of initial game state upon load and then behavior, later down the line.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously, when GMs go to test something, they're only testing the initial phase. That's how it's sort of been. So they don't get to see what could potentially happen when variables start changing in the game, depending on timeline, depending on different phases of the boss, depending on different things that activate, flags that get triggered. They don't get to see all of those combinations, so they don't get to see certain things that okay, at 2 minutes it breaks. They'll never see that because they just test the first second, right?
Right.
Or whatever, So that's why it's going to be really important to be able to have, at least I would prefer a few GMs that are active and are paid to interact with the game and play it as a player. And actually go through and really play the game, really get it from the player's perspective so they can start seeing all those different combinations, all those different variable combinations that otherwise would have just been missed in the debug phase.
Because it's kind of you'd have to have you have multiple characters. So let's say you have character 6 as GM character, and then you should have a character that's your character that you built. So when you want to GM do something and be around you'd have GM character, but then it's just it's like if you're max level you just go through the game. Yeah, it works intended. No, it doesn't. You one shot the thing.
Yeah, that's that was my personal plan, was to have just one character as GM that I can test whatever's needed, and then another character that I can log into daily and just run dungeons as normal. That doesn't have any admin privileges, that has to play the game 100% vanilla, 100% legit.
Right.
So that I can actually, get that realistic.
Isn't it just you wear the accessory for the head thing?
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the automatically the game renders that if the player name is in the GM table.
Oh, okay. So it's not on and off.
I mean, you can I think you can take it off the actual accessory, but the accessory is given to GMs automatically.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Because it'd be cool to be like, you know, undercover boss, like that kind of thing, where it's just like.
Oh yeah. I saw a screenshot of a GM in Steam the other day, and there was just one guy that logged in on a level 19 default female character with the default Sakura outfit. You know, it was just, you know, some Japanese Romanji name. It had a green name title, didn't have the GM accessory, so they didn't equip it. And they came in on Steam really, really quick, just for a couple hours on the new update last month. And because one of the menu options wasn't triggering the endpoint, so the event was broken, like people couldn't do the event quest.
Yeah.
So the GM came in, they did that, they were like, okay, we do see that we can't activate the event quest. We're gonna patch this real quick. So that's something they did do. You know, so it's the game has a lot of built-in stuff relating to that, for, you know, different debug purposes. It's just a matter of, you know, taking the initiative to take advantage of that and making it actually, you know, matter. But yeah, for sure. Any questions going on that we want to tackle?
I was kind of thinking that.
Yeah.
Miyamoto wants the Purg weapon recipes to be cheaper. Because, okay, so that's another point of contention. Is that doesn't even need to be brought up. Why? You know, Purgatorium junk shouldn't exist.
Yeah, what is junk, bro? Why did they add that?
It was all like, you have to do it now or else. And then we've had some updates where they forget to turn our treasures into junk.
They forget to turn it into junk, and it's like, what was the point of having junk in the first place?
You know how many like messages I get of, Oro, do not talk about it. They want you, do not talk about it. Like, I have 3,000 treasures and you will not talk about it. And I'm like,
oh, man.
Okay. So like if like it's such a annoying thing.
Yeah.
To where, like, and another thing with Purgatorium treasures, like the Purgatorium exchange shop, it should have like Zenith metal boxes you can buy when you run out of treasures to use. Like, because sometimes you just like, you haven't got all your drops yet, and it's just like, I have nothing to use these treasures on. It's like, hey, why don't you buy some Zenith metals or something? You know. Like,
yeah, that
like
makes
an
sense.
infinite use. Like some events, it's like, oh, you have extra drops, turn them into mill chests or whatever.
Right, so they don't just sit there as useless until, like, you know, a few years down the line, where they might add the event back, and you might be able to finally get that return on investment. It's just not worth it to hold on to something for that long.
Sometimes you turn it into Daruma points. They do like trade very well.
True, yeah, some of them do have a high trade value there. Some of them don't, though, so it's like random, like which ones do.
And then another thing about Purg is that we're at a point where, like, if next, like, we just had Abyss Purg. Like, we've had every Purg that's ever existed. And Abyss is so bad, we just grab the amazing Ogi and leave. Like, that's literally how it goes.
Right.
So Purg is something that this year, because we've had 10 OC restores, it's been really fun. It's been awesome. But if next month is like a Purg we already got, like, let's say next month is Tensho again. Or, like, if it was like, I already have 2 of these weapons, I don't need a third, I have like something else. Like, there's like a point where it's like, I can only have so many of these things. Like, if like, let's say next month the Gargoyle, like, Levin Lance comes out, people are going to look at Levin Lance and be like, well, we don't need the Marrows for anything. Like, it's like Sleet and Infernal, like, oh yeah, Marrows for Coat Noah, that's good shit. I'm down for that. I'll make the weapon if it comes to it, whatever. But Levin is like, yeah, there might as well not even be a Purg here. Like, a counterpoint to that is, like, if anything that's supposed to be like, hey, it's the big update thing, but it's like a Purg or whatever, and it's not as important, I feel like what they should do is release all the Gargs and let you choose which one you want to do. Like, oh, it's a Garg month. You know? Oh, Sleet's here? I'll do Sleet. Oh, Infernal's here? I'll do Infernal. Oh, Levin's here? Maybe. But, you know, because that way, And then the track, like, what we had that once. They did that to us once, where they had all 3 of them. And what people did was, like, the one they wanted, they would farm it, but they would do the Oni modes for all 3, and all the medals went towards the one they wanted, because the Oni mode was at a good discounted value, because it's less energy for more.
Fun fact. Obviously I don't want to like talk about exploits too much, but there is like I don't know if it's possible in PlayStation 4, but in Steam, technically you can access any dungeon in the game regardless of if it's currently like the event. Yeah. So there are some players who like preemptively grinded Abyss before it even came out, or like preemptively grinded Lucifer before it came out.
Oh yeah.
And you know, like it's technically they're all in the game. So it's just a matter of adding them in the warding as a menu option to get that menu access. That's like the way for the user interface to access the dungeon that's already there. So yeah, you know, it's like, well, why not just have multiple choices depending on, you know, what you're currently focusing on as a player? Because, you know, if 1 month is completely dedicated to Levenlance and you don't want to farm that, you're not going to be putting in, you know, the current. You're not going to be restoring.
You get a month off, you know?
Yeah.
You get to go do horses or whatever you feel valuable to you.
Right. Right. So it's, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, because like most updates, when it's a new update for Purg, it's like it's 200 megabytes. It's just like unlock key or whatever. Like you're just adding the exchange shop guy.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get why they kind of like limit events one at a time. Like if you're thinking from Cyberstep's perspective, because FOMO is kind of like an aspect.
Oh yeah, you need to, you know, you got to get it now, or else you might not ever get it again. You know. Right.
So it's balancing that with, you know, just there's like polar opposites. There's like, you know, the drive to get players to be active and constantly look forward to the next update and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go grind this month, you know, because that's coming out. But then there's like the other side, like you know, I'm not going to grind it all this month because I'm not interested in this event, you know. So now you've lost me as a, you know, all the stuff that I normally would have spent.
Right.
So there's definitely a compromise there, that it's like, you know, how can we find a balance to you know, get the best of both worlds? So that's
like, and then at the same time, like the boss could be Levin Purg, but you'll still get his drops. But let's say, for example, like if you want to alleviate that problem in the exchange, just add shit to the exchange shop that's good, like good stuff, like what I said before, like, oh, you can get like icicle punishment, you know, it's there. Go get 10,000 medals, it's there, you know,
right,
or whatever it is.
Right,
you know,
so that players still do have a reason, you know, that's good enough to get them to engage, yeah.
Right. Like, they do put those balls that we use for ornamentations, like efflorescent buds and flores and stuff, but they're like 4,000. Like, no. I can buy this from the pointer room for like $20. No.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Like, if they were like 500 and it was an aftermath, sure, but if Purg became like a mini exchange shop for premium stuff, that'd be great. You know?
Yeah.
Because then it's like, do you want to? I don't need another Infernal or whatever, but I'll, you know, get the stuff.
Right.
Another thing, so we brought up sort of like how Genshin does things earlier. Are you familiar with all the Genshin at all?
I've never played it myself.
Okay, so one of the main things that was like the devs were winning me over on was they have a topic called condensed resin, and resin is their energy in that game.
Okay.
So essentially, what this is let's say you wake up, you got to go to work, your energy filled up overnight. In this game, you go up to a crafting table, and you basically create an item that takes energy, and then you just put it in your pocket, and it's worth that much later.
Oh, so being able to, like, okay, like, so I log into Onigiri, I have a full energy meter, I can take that energy and put it into an energy restore item?
Right.
Oh, I like that.
So I already thought of how it would work perfectly in Oni. So, like, it would literally function like a dungeon, like a experience dungeon with one crystal with 1 HP. Okay.
Okay.
So you go into Experience Dungeon, there's a crystal, it's 1 HP. It doesn't drop anything. You go in on normal. Normal takes 10 energy. You go in, you beat the dungeon. You get in reward an energy restore 10.
I like that, yeah. That's
do hard, it takes 50 energy. You kill it, you get an energy restore 50. They exist, they're an item that exists in the game. Cool.
Yep.
And then you do one for 100. Energy restore 100. It can't be full because I'm 140. You can't do that. Someone's 120. Full restore is losing value. But if I spend 100 energy, I should get a 100 back. Or whatever. I do 2 hard runs. I get 250. You know, anything like that. It's like, oh, I gotta go to work. I gotta use my energy. I don't have time to run this shit. Bam, done. Okay, I can save up all my energy and I can play on the weekend. Woohoo! I get my loyalty practice. I'm getting my login. Great. You know? Or you can say, oh, this event doesn't appeal to me. I'm condensing my energy, logging in, I'll save it up for next time. Because people are going to log in and use their OC for that anyway. OC is just restored at this point.
Right, yeah. Yeah, these are some fire ideas, bro.
Oh, man, I got 8 years of
Oh, man, yeah, Onigiri is going to be... I can't wait, man. Like, I am so excited for things to start getting rolling. Like, these next few months are going to be, like, insanely busy, insanely, like, revolutionary in terms of what's going to happen. So I'm so excited to get the ball rolling on that. Oh, man.
Like, there's definitely, like one of the things is to look, it's not to be so prideful as to look outward and see what other games do, and be like, oh, fuck, that's good shit, man. Like, oh, like, there's a reason people play these games. Like, these rates are awesome. Yeah, but look at everything else. You know? I remember we had an event. I don't know what it was, but it was a complete flop. And I was just streaming, and I'm like, they're going to have to hire a hentai artist to make a Vanguard after this one. Because, like, they have to get as close as they can to, like, just pure beauty and power without, you know, like, to make up for the losses here. Because no one's getting this, no one's getting that. You know.
Yeah.
Someone also asked, will the Metaverse server have, like, greater policies against, like, bullying and stuff?
Oh, yeah. I saw that question. I just couldn't get a chance to answer it. Yeah, we're going to have in-game moderation. So whether that is specifically GMs or whether that's just players that get paid to, you know, like, or like staff that get paid to just go in as normal players and moderate and report. Yeah, we're going to have moderation to make sure that, you know, nothing nefarious goes on, nothing, you know, like abusive goes on, no bullying takes place. Personally, I've had experienced something that made me nearly quit Steam before I met Hearts. Was I met a player, I'm not going to say their name, I'm not...
Right, but just the gist of it?
Right, and, you know, they talked trash to me for not having a weapon built yet, because I was still, you know, new. But I did have a mount that I got from the gala, like free legendary ticket that they gave out. So I rolled that legendary and I got Leviathan. Nice. And I just happened to have Leviathan summoned in Onigiri because I just came back from running a dungeon. And then they came up to me and they looked at my inventory or my equip page. Yeah, and they were like, oh wow, so you're using a mount, you're relying on a mount when you don't actually have any, you know, weapons or Magatamas built, you're trash, you know, and there's like lots of insults going around. It made me feel really bad. It made me, you know, like say, well, if this is how I'm gonna get treated, why am I even playing? You know, it's like, you know, is this really worth it to play on a server like that has people that can just go run around and spread negativity? So that's something that we want to root out as much as possible is, you know, preserving positivity, promoting positivity, and incentivizing positivity, because being able to reward people for being positive is better than only disciplining people for being negative. Right. Both are important, which is why, you know, we want to work on both at once. Oh, yeah. Time to wake up.
Oh, that's a phone. But, so, on that point, like, I think one of the biggest problems with Oni is that it has a lack of tutorial. Like, there's a quest that teaches you how to smelt and this and that, but people are just mashing X. Like, they don't... You know,
Yeah.
like one of the things, like in terms of this content, like not content moderation, but like player moderation and chat and all that stuff. Like, I feel like a lot less of it would happen if players knew the blacklist button existed.
If players knew the what?
The blacklist button to block someone, to block, like you
Right.
don't see them anymore. Like you'll see them physically, but you'll not. They can't talk to you. They can't join your parties.
Yep.
You know, like if there was more awareness to that, like if literally you get like some,
So
you know,
that's the beautiful thing about what Catheon is good at, is communication. Like Catheon have some of the best communication I've ever seen from any company ever. And coming from Cyberstep, it's even more massive, right?
yeah,
The practical benefit of that, because there is like the mods they have in the Discord server. I am so proud of our staff, and I am so happy to see you know, the proactive initiative they take in being active in the community, and always having someone on board to you know, meet players' needs. If there's a user that has a question, it gets addressed. You know, and if there's, you know, things that come up that people might not be aware of, the mods will occasionally, you know, post things like, oh, make sure you guys to check FAQ if you're ever wondering about this, and things like that. So there's already a lot of attention based that revolves around spreading the word of functionality, even if players don't initially ask for it.
yeah,
So that's going to translate really well to, you know, the gameplay side of things. Is there not only in the Discord server itself, there's going to be tons of, you know, promotion of, you know, different features and how they work. There's going to be tons of tweets being put out. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of outreach and a lot of just sharing knowledge and being like, you know, did you know? Like, you know, this feature exists, you know, you can click the blacklist button, or you can, you know, do this or that. So there's a lot more of that. And also in the game side of things, I actually there's a lot of thinking that's already been done in Project Oni regarding tutorials, regarding adding in-game tutorials, like good ones that actually explain certain things, adding tooltips, adding things that players can just easily and intuitively, most importantly, even intuitively, understand how a certain feature works just by like hovering over it, or, you know, there's like a help button, things like that we want to add to make sure that, you know, it's things, you know, like that.
Because I feel like I've had people like say like, oh, Oro, someone's like really mean to me, and I'm like, why don't you blacklist them? They're like, what's that? And I'm like, if people were just made aware that there is a no like mute button on people, like a lot less abuse would happen.
Right.
Because like a lot of the times it's someone it always happens like in all chat, you know, like it's always similar to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if it's like, you know, at the same time, I think people should still be able to have like a heated argument in whispers, like, you know, until it reaches a certain point that, like, let's say it gets to a point where they need help. But I think they should still be able to, you know, like say what they have to say, but then they should be able to like report it if it gets too bad. Like it shouldn't just be like someone's talking and then next thing you know, a whistle blows like, hey, you said words. It's like, whoa, my context.
Right. Yeah. 100% agree.
Because like at the end of the day, the guy, like, not that this happened, but let's say the guy that started like judging you because you had Leviathan. But what if you explain like, hey, like I just like, what if it had been like, oh, I just got them? And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Like, sure they were a dick, but you know it resolved itself.
Yeah. I mean, you know, not everyone's gonna. Not everyone who is toxic is going to change their ways right away. You know, like there's different levels of that.
So on that notion, so there's a big debate, like a big theory that I have, and a lot of us agree with, is like, so you know double dropping, right?
Yeah, the boat.
I want to explain it more than that. Anyway, so like its main use was like, you know, I found out about it like 8 years ago when I was farming flies because I used a bow, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting stuff, cool. Sometimes I get 2 bags. This is cool, you know. Yeah. But then its applicable use was for experience dungeon, things like that.
Yep.
Like it was like, oh wow, this is great,
Yep.
And then some people just thought it was part of the game. They thought it was an advanced, because it took skill to do it. It was an advanced technique.
Right.
And then Cyberstep's like, then people get banned, and they don't say why they get banned.
Exactly.
Because and you touched on that earlier, it's like, well, because if you explain how to do it, like, it's like he made a bomb. It's like, well, can you tell us what not to do that? No. Like, it's one of those things in real life. It's like, well, you shouldn't murder. Can you tell me how to murder? No. Like, it's one of those things where it's always like in the ether. Like, same thing with the repairs. They said, I think we talked about it once, where
right.
They said that we lowered the price of repair fairies, but if you get a bad repair, there's a greater chance your weapon will break. And they're like, it'll what?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was a translation error of like,
yes.
well, we made them cheaper, but now it's a greater chance to get a bad repair, so feel free to buy them. That was like the logical conclusion, but we weren't going to mess with that boogeyman. So
right.
We weren't going
to... worst case scenario, if you lost your weapon, that was it,
Yeah,
that would suck.
That's usually like, oh, I just lost my perk, you just lost a customer. I'm out of here.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a game ender for me. Yeah, I would not... Oof. Yeah, so that's definitely something we need to prioritize in terms of communicating, what's a feature, what's a bug. But, I mean, like, again, at the end of the day, a lot of these Band-Aid solutions can be prevented and completely, circumvented just by fixing...
Well, yes, if you fixed it, yeah.
A root, yeah. If we fix the double drop, players won't, have to worry about accidentally doing that and then getting banned.
And that's the thing of, like, was it an accident or was it intent? Like, every player has a log of, like, things they pick up. If someone's picking up 80 XP tickets consistent, or, every other run, it's like, hey, it's like warning, like, hey, stop doing that. It's like, why? Because, like, you're paying energy to do this. Like, that's the whole thing.
Right.
It's like,
yeah.
If you're doing it for flies, who cares? Like, there's no you're not getting an explicit advantage, realistically. Yeah. And it's just in the nature of the weapon. Like, what if you're early game and you're just like, I'm just shooting things with a bow, and it's like, oi, you there, stop that. You don't got a license to double drop. Like, stop that. I'm level 12. Help me. How do I push L1? I don't know how to use skills. How to do it. Like, it's like, I didn't know I was committing a crime.
Right, yeah. See, that's huge.
Like greater transparency would be better.
Mm-hmm.
And then you brought up the part about bazaars. It's like, well, why shouldn't bazaars be open? And on the phone game, the bazaars don't physically exist. It's just bazaar listings.
Yeah, okay.
But I think they still need to have their phone on. Like, other games, I guess, like Diablo, you just put something up for trade, or even, what's it called, Phantasy Star. You put something up on the thing, and it's just like, oh, someone buys it. And then you, like, go check, oh, it's sold, okay, and you take it down.
Yeah, so that it just comes down to the decision, like, are we going to, like, add extra stuff to the game to be, like, checking if a player might potentially be abusing a feature, like a bug, or an exploit, and then, like, putting a warning on their screen? Or are we just going to fix the bug outright and then avoid all this struggle in the first place? It's like, which way do we want to...
Primarily, because, and the biggest thing and I think you'll understand just in a general sense, so, like, the term cash cow, right? Like, every developer, like, they're whales. Everyone's milking their whales, If you have someone that puts in, like, $1,000 a month, like, unconditionally, even $500 a month, like, they're doing it all the time. And, they start double dropping, and then you go look at them, like, who is this? And then you look out, like, hey, should we, like, ban them? And it's like, they put in, like, $15K a year. You let them shoot their bow, my guy. Like,
you just lost one of your biggest spenders.
Right. Like, they would, like, to lose, like, a mega whale, you'd have to do something so egregious that it's like, well, we have to put them down. Right. Or give them a temp ban, or, something like
that's
that.
The problem. They didn't, like, when top players started getting banned on Steam for presumably using the bazaar, like glitching the bazaar. There was no warning Like
Yeah.
they specified on their terms of service that they would provide a warning, like a 3-day ban, and then like a week ban, and then if you still violate it, it would be a permanent ban.
Right.
There was no system. It was outright permanent ban from the beginning. No explanation, no nothing. End of story. Wrap it up. Go home. So that was awful. I think that was like one of the worst executions I've ever seen of trying to like moderate. I think we can learn a lot from that.
Yeah. Because, like, in business sense, it doesn't make sense. Like, if you had, like, let's say you're, like, a burger shop, and there's somebody who comes in, and he makes a mess, and it's always a big, like, oh, man, he's a menace. But he also buys, like, 20 burgers every time he comes. Like, I can't tell him to go away. Like, he hasn't hit anybody yet.
Right. Yeah, so it's, you know, it's...
Like, there's mixed incentive. And it's
Yeah.
sort of like it brings up the stigma of, like, oh, they won't ban the top players because why would they do that? But if, like, at the same time, there was a story of someone who was completely free to play, they brought a bow and they went to do EXP dungeon and they got banned. I never got pictures of it, but I'm like, well, if they're free to play, yeah, they're gonna just be like, well, you don't contribute to society, goodbye.
Right. Yeah. I feel like there should be fairness.
Yeah.
Like I feel like there's values and then there's practical means. So if we can get both best of both worlds, so if we can get fairness, so that we're not accused of like treating certain types of players better than other types of players, and then we can also have, you know, like preventative measures in the first place, so that, you know, these things don't happen, these things get taken care of. Then we can, you know, not only keep good PR, keep a good relationship with the player base, treat everyone fairly and equally, but, you know, also prevent people from accidentally getting banned just because they didn't know something's an exploit and they used it or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a big priority.
Like, you can't, like, it doesn't work in schools, like the no tolerance policies, like that stuff doesn't work. It just makes people like vendetful, like they get revengey, they get bitter. Yeah, zero tolerance, that's what it's called, zero tolerance policies.
Yeah.
Like, for sure.
Cool.
So we are coming up on 4 hours.
Wow, are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
So I myself haven't eaten yet. Like, I could keep going like regularly, but
Yeah, I think it would actually be beneficial if we do frequent, like more streams, but, you know, have them in more bite-sized formats. So maybe not 4 hours long next time.
Right.
But I definitely think we should keep this kind of thing going as long as you're comfortable with that and as long as you're free and available.
Yeah.
Because this has been extremely successful. I think a lot of players have been, you know, we've had questions asked, extremely hard questions, and I love that kind of stuff. I love answering hard questions. I love, you know, quelling fears. So I think the more of that we can just kind of do, you know, around, like, you know, now and then, just to kind of like, yeah, exactly. So yeah, this was absolutely great, man. Thank you again so much. I've absolutely been honored for you to have me on, and for us to, you know, start making these conversations happen. Like, that's going to be, you know, the foundation that it takes for communication to be positively contribute to the future of Onigiri. So
yeah. Like, one of my biggest points, like, I want to make sure I say, because I would have forgotten, I would have been mad, is, like, can we get password protection on the character delete button?
I heard you making the scenario in one of your earlier streams. Yeah, so, like, you told this story. Do you want to tell it again, where it's like you accidentally...
So there's two cases of it where, like, for me, I was, you know, getting ready to play or stream or whatever, and I grab my controller wrong. I'm on the character select screen, I drop it, and it, like, hits down, and it's on character delete, and it's like, yes, no. And I look at the controller, and it's, like, sort of weird on the ground. I get up, I shut the PlayStation off. I hold
you
that
don't even...
button. Like,
You
I'm
don't
just
even
like, I
take the
ain't
risk.
dealing with this.
Yeah.
And I've heard countless times from other people, like, you know, kids play this game, young people, and they have cousins and brothers and sisters, and they go on, it's like, oh, I deleted your character, he, like, it's like a joke story, but it happens.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
you know,
Yeah, I remember one time as a kid, we had like a console. I forget exactly which one, but there was a game that I had like a lot of progress on, and I was really proud of. And then like my dad came in, and we were gonna play, but he didn't know how the menu works, and I wasn't there to see it, and he accidentally deleted the save file, and I came back, and that was not pretty. That was not fun.
that's like rage and anger and crime.
Yeah, so, you know, being able to password protect your Onigiri character would prevent a lot of, you know, potentially destructive actions that are not under your consent or not under your control.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, something I could definitely implement.
And
Absolutely.
another, someone also worded it like, what if there was like a 60-day like confirmation period?
So you have a grace period, so if it's like, oh, it was actually a mistake, let me restore it, please, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at
Let's
the
make that
same,
happen.
like, the password protection is better because, let's say, for example, there's a new event out and the exchange shop is amazing, okay? And you want to, like, run this on your alts, get the drops, and sell them. You want to do this. So you make, you go into your alt, someone carries you, you get, like, 5 characters through. You run it on all the characters. And then it's like, well, I don't need this one anymore, so you delete the alt, like, we call them alt, essentially.
Yep.
And then you just make a new one, and they run the event again. Like, in this case, all the slots are full. Like, it has there's a use for it. So, like, even if there was this grace period, like, you could, like, realistically, like, create more characters. Like, well, what are you doing? We can't give you something back. You have no space for this. Like,
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah, makes sense.
but just anything at all, like a password, like something like, not your email password, like you literally, like, it would just, like, you'd go on your character and it's just, like, character protection, and you put in a password. And realistically, this password should be used for absolutely nothing, and I implore you to smash your hand on the keyboard and hit enter. Like, don't even know what it is.
Lock it and then throw away the key, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't know what it is. What's your delete code? I don't know.
Yeah, that's how I would do it for my main character.
Right,
for sure.
like, it should be something that's never used again. Can you confirm you're enter with your delete code? And it's like, no. What is it? It's like the last digit of pi, my guy. I don't know.
Who knows? Yep. For sure, man. Like, it could be a password, it could be a PIN system,
And
it could be a security answer question, whatever.
On that note, the biggest thing I would want is if, like, whatever our main character is, like, if when we got a Vanguard, if it was tied to your account and every character could access it, we'd play on our different characters.
Yeah.
No one's going
Right.
to go on their alt, like, realistically speaking, and just like, oh, I'm going to get Honda on all my alts.
Right. Yeah, I don't really see many people
'Cause,
doing
like,
that.
Like, having multiple characters, like, it exists, but it was at a time before Vanguards. Like, it was like a period like, oh, I'm going to have a sword character, a spear character, a bow character, wand, and now it's like, what's my purpose? You get drops. Okay.
So, that's probably something that would actually automatically be implemented, just because the way the NFTs are being integrated.
Right, they would be account-based.
Yeah, it would all be account based. So the Vanguards would inherently be account based. So, you know, that would be like parity across all your characters.
Right, because exactly, like, that's what I want, because we all have Cyberstep accounts, but
Yeah.
like, chances are we don't know the password to them. We don't use them for anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't want to mess with that. Like, what if I can't log in? That's tied to PSN. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want any of that. So that's
Yeah.
definitely a thing. So I'm gonna give this to the chat right now. So chat, is there, like, is there any points you guys want to bring up? Because I've kind of haven't been following it too much. But in the last couple of bits, if there's like a question that's on your mind or something you want to bring up, please write that in now.
Yeah, now's the time. Get it in before I
Not to
pass
say that
out.
we won't ever do this again, but it's just for this segment. If there's something you guys want
just for
to
today.
bring up, something that hasn't been addressed, something you're curious about, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Just, I'm not going to make any bad jokes. I was going to. But yeah, there's no such thing as a stupid question. You want a recap? Okay.
All right, let's start from the beginning.
Hello, everybody. This is what. All right. So, in recap, like the gist of this is that Cyberstep and Catheon Gaming have entered a partnership to where they're going to work on Oni together. There's going to be a new head lead. That's Papa for Onigiri, Papa. And he was in here earlier. We were bouncing ideas back and forth. That's the phone. Anyway, so basically, Onigiri is going to be under, like, potentially, Cyberstep's still going to be overseeing, doing art, and they're still going to have a role in this, but Catheon's going to be, like, you know, taking the reins, more or less, with Oni, and they're making a new server that incorporates NFTs that act as, like, cosmetic skins and vanguards and unique properties and stuff that are going to be implemented to add, like, play-to-earn blockchain stuff on their own server. And Steam and JPPC are merging.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, they're merging. And Switch players are going to finally, eventually get their... it's getting closer to them getting their form that's going to let them transfer to go play on JPPC and Steam, if they want to. That's all going to happen. Recap. We talked about a lot of things we wanted to see. We talked about, like, fixing bugs as a priority. This new, like, this, we're still going to have PlayStation server. We're still going to have the JPPC Steam. It's going to literally be the Steam, the PC Steam server, and then there's going to be there's still going to be PlayStation server. The chat wants, like, Xbox to get, like, people to be able to play the Metaverse one from their Xbox. Like, we talked about, like, could you just have, like, another app like the Metaverse only on your console? Because not everyone has a gaming PC. Not everybody has, you know, all the consoles, for sure.
Yeah.
So then this was all just like an AMA discussion between, like, we called it the Triforce, where, you know, the players, like, the YouTube side of it, like me and the player base, we got to talk with dev and developer for, like, the first time, so just bouncing ideas back and forth. What else was really mentioned?
I guess August 3rd for anyone who's interested in getting in on, like, ensuring that you do get a Vanguard at a low entry cost for the new OGM server if you want to join that. Now's the time. Minting is not going to be around forever because, I mean, we're looking at, you know, 3,000 supply, 11,000 members in the server. You do the math.
Is that 3,000 of each Vanguard or in total?
In total.
Fuck.
So 3,000 divided by 4.
Okay, so like 12.
That'll be
800 something, 850.
Right, of each. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. So that's the current supply that we're gonna.
It's like 9 times 4 or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, that's August 3rd. That's going to happen. Pre-sale if you want to get in early. If you want to ensure that you 100% get a Vanguard locked in for the future OGM server. You need to get in the Discord server ASAP. It's in the description. You can get the whitelist role or the OG role, which also I should mention. We're gonna have, like, special roles in the Discord server that if you earn through Discord questing, you will get special in-game loot, like items, loot, different things like that, and, like, for example, the OG accessory. You know, that floating text accessory in the game currently that says, like, live on it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to change the text to OG so that you have the OG accessory in-game. And a lot more fun incentives like that are going to be in-game. So it's worth it to get in on this as early as you can because, you know, you're going to have a lot of cool limited stuff that we're going to give out and a lot of perks that we're going to, you know, make sure you get rewarded with when the official server launches.
Right, and then the main thing is with the way they're doing the Vanguard NFTs is that they will be tradable.
Yes.
So
100% tradable. Yep. So, you know, if you get a Vanguard, You don't like it, you can trade it, sell it, buy
Or if
another
something's
one.
really valuable that you don't necessarily want, like there are things that have value, but like
Right.
let's say for example, like I couldn't imagine trying to get like Meta Toshi, to be honest,
Mhm.
because they're 11 scrolls.
Yeah.
You know, without the chance of getting one early, it's kind of like daunting, very daunting. Even with your Ozus, it's imagine 3 kgs. Like,
Yeah,
so
that's
like
why I really
if
want
you
to.
got, let's say for example, you got a Toshi in the future, but you don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Somebody else does. He's like, I will buy all the Toshis. He's like, yeah, you know,
Right.
like that's a reality that could exist.
Yeah, so it's best to prepare. Veteran players get in on this. There's a lot of new players on board. We know what's valuable. We know what we want to ensure we get. So that's up to you whether you want to take advantage of that. So it's all coming down the line, down the pipeline. There's going to be tons of updates along the way. Full transparency as much as we can. So yeah, it's like there's really nothing to lose. And as far as I'm concerned, like the entry fee is only 0.03 ETH, which is like $40 for, a guaranteed Vanguard. Not just a gacha. You just guarantee platinum. Sort of like what Steam got with the DLC. You could buy the DLC for a set price. You'd get a item in game that you would unlock a Vanguard with.
Man, I miss that.
I know, yeah. It's like, why don't we do more things like that? Yeah, dude. Like, I got both of them. And I was like, this is the best thing ever. I get my final scroll just from that. It's like, oh wow, that was worth it. I would spend for more of those if I could, but you could only get one DLC.
Right. Like those things. Those are honestly the best. Like packs, like the outfit packs.
Yes.
If there were more of that, like you could get it like even for $50. It was like, hey, $50, get 1 kg. It's like, oh. I'm doing that. You just literally made $50. Like you made $1,000. You made $10,000. Yes. So this is going to be a new server. The PlayStation server is still going to be existing as is.
Yep.
The JP PC server, which is merging with Steam, they're going to be as is. And so basically, there's just going to be the 3 right now: the PlayStation server, the new PC server, and then the Metaverse server, which is the new one.
Sorry, could you repeat that? You're cutting out.
I cut out?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thanks for letting me know.
At the end there.
So basically there's going to be 3 servers. Like the PlayStation server is still going to be there. It's still going to be the PlayStation server. And the Steam server, which is now going to be with JPPC, they're also just going to be their server. And then there will be also the Metaverse server. So there's going to be 3 servers. If you play on the Metaverse server, it is starting over. Everyone's starting from scratch.
Yes.
But it's like gonna be like, potentially a better world. Hopefully, like it'll be easier
That's
to get
the plan.
Vanguards.
Make Onigiri as best as we possibly can to make the gameplay as flawless, to fix all the bugs, the crashes, the instability.
Optimize.
Let's make optimize. Exactly. And still keep the game as it is. Obviously, we don't want to change what Onigiri is to us. We just want to give it the vehicle it needs to reach the destination it wants to.
Right. So someone also asked if, like, now this is a big if. This is not a definite answer. It's just like what you think would happen. So like, let's say like more server merges happen. Like, do you think ever down the line all the servers would merge into Metaverse, or one of them or 2 of them?
That's interesting because obviously Cyberstep, they have their side of their servers that they're going to run, and they're going to continue to update as they have been for the past 8 years. That's their side, and we're doing our side. So there's this partnership here between the 2 different ownerships here. If server merges happen, here's the thing. Just based on the whole point of all this partnership is, why did Cyberstep partner with Catheon in the first place? Why is this all happening? Obviously, they had some goal that they wanted to achieve with Onigiri. Mm-hmm. They wanted some extra change to happen. They signed off on play-to-earn integration. They want this to be the future. They are why would they go through their entire process of signing off on all this and making these connections happen? Well, that's because they're probably looking a lot further ahead than we are. Companies do this, they will look, 5-10 years ahead, and they will, plan out for their roadmap to see, where they want to take it, depending on current market conditions. So the fact just alone, inherently, from interpretation, that they made all this, they signed off on all this in the first place, means that they probably intend for this to be the long term. To clarify, that's Onigiri Metaverse side of things. So if things do end up going the route where everything merges into one, it would probably end up being more towards the Metaverse side of things, where we have the play to earn integration and all the NFTs, everything, all the blockchain stuff. So that'll be probably the long term, if that ever happens, big if, like you said. So that's my opinion on where that would go. So yeah.
Right. So another point someone brought up earlier was like, is there a plan to like smooth out like graphical stuff to make things look better, just gradually over time? Because they did do like the Type A and the Type B. I'm more of a Type A guy, so I don't touch it.
Model
I am, I'm the OG. But like, because I've noticed, like, if you look at like Ifrit's model and compare it to Leviathan's model is like so much better because the technology.
There's so many more polygons.
Right. So like, even if it was just gradual, it's like, hey, these trees look pretty good, and then next month, hey, this water looks great. Because like you see people like mod like Ocarina of Time or something. It's like, wow, this filter looks amazing. Like this is a Wii game now. This looks good.
Yep. 100%. Like texture packs, resource packs.
Right.
Mods. The modding community for games like that is massive. There's so much work because there's a lot of value in work like that. A lot of people appreciate that. And that's something we've discussed in Catheon, actually, is, the graphical side of things. Obviously, Onigiri was developed, in terms of my knowledge, from 2010 to 2013. That's when their original KGL engine, proprietary Kotori engine, was developed.
That's like more than 10 years ago.
Yeah. And then they, released their beta. Alpha testing, beta testing in 2013, and then official launch was in 2014. So yeah, it's been a hot minute since the game was initially developed, and graphics have come a long ways. The market, has trended towards games that are more graphically,
pleasing.
Yeah. So I definitely think that's like, on the radar in terms of what would be worth investing into. Because at the end of the day, all the assets in games are just, files that can be edited, that can be upgraded, that can be modded.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't mean, we don't necessarily have to cut out everything, the current look. Like, we could potentially just keep the current look and just add, like, a plugin that you could, install on the game or whatever, or just like a toggle switch to toggle to the new graphical, like, revamp. Or restyle or whatever, with the new textures, the new models, the new assets. So there could be, like extra option there. So yeah, that's definitely something I could look into. Definitely would be post-launch though, like somewhere in 2023. Because obviously number one priority is just getting the game out there, getting the NFTs out there, making sure the market is sustainable, everyone's happy, everyone's ready. And the game is fully integrated so that, the economy can get going there. And then second priority is obviously all that extra content, all that extra stuff. So yeah, definitely would be on my list in terms of something to pass by and run by and see what we can do there. Because I feel like, Onigiri, we love the way it looks right now, but, newer players might
they're
not
going to
be
drawn to like they want 4K opie on their Vanguard.
Yeah, right.
Like they want to see like sweat.
Yeah, they want those fine details.
Like Ho-Oh has jiggle physics. They have like look at not Ibaraki. Well, I guess, but he did. What's her name? The girl Toshi Inochio. That's it. Like,
Yeah, Initio. Yep.
Yeah.
You know, it's there. You know, it's it's definitely in demand. So you
well,
know, meet
it's
the demand.
never not going to be.
Exactly.
One of the things I just remembered is like, you know, on PC you guys can like clap, and like you have like emotes and stuff. You can sit down and thumbs up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like we can only use those if we plug in a keyboard.
Oh, yeah, right.
But
'cause
like,
you don't have
could
a-
you imagine if like more of those came out? Just like you just like dance on somebody.
That's you know, that's like I played Final Fantasy 14 for a while, and that was like huge. You know, emotes. You know, dancing, custom
Yeah.
dances, custom emotes. That was a huge part of the. You know,
Because I'm pretty sure people with the crouch emote, like they beat a big boss and they just go crouch on crouch, crouch on crouch,
oh
crouch
yeah,
on crouch.
go
Like,
full teabag mode.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
Like even if it was just like some, not to say that we should go the full Fortnite and just be like, you know, default dancing on top of Leviathan or something. But like if there was just a little more flavor to that,
yeah,
like yeah, just something to do.
yeah. I like that. I like that. That's
Like,
harmless.
reuse a bunch of like animations just slapping together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we'll definitely have to do this again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my availability is like, my vacation's about to end, so I'm going back to
Right.
work like full time. So like next time I'm free is realistically either really early in the morning or like Saturday.
Okay,
Um,
gotcha.
Because I work for 2 o'clock, so
Yeah.
if I get up early enough, I could do something, but it would have to just be like no more than an hour.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll definitely stay in touch on that front, and you know, get schedules lined up for whatever comes down the line.
Yeah, like today was just like, oh, like today is like a holiday in my province, New Brunswick Day, so I'm off today. It's a Monday, so if it wasn't for
Right.
that, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that was a kind of lucky break there.
Yeah, so yeah, so
So,
hopefully
yeah.
we'll do more stuff. We had a lot of engagement, lots of good stuff going back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, want to wrap it up then?
Yeah, I guess. There's not much left to be said, but again, thank you, Piano Suke, and thank you, Papa, for coming in for a while, having this discussion, letting us, finally bridge the gap between developer and player. I
Absolutely.
really like that my ideas got through finally. All these prayers finally reaching.
Finally, they're paying off, man.
Well, yeah,
It's,
and like
happening.
you're just like write that down. It's like, oh shit. Oh,
I've been
yeah.
writing a lot of things down today. Let's just say.
'Cause, like if you ask me to like sit down and like write a bunch of things, I'm gonna be like, reduce the lag, make my rolls better, and then I won't think of stuff. But when we talk about stuff, it's like, oh yeah, this, and it chains off this. Like, oh yeah, this is garbage.
Yeah.
This doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm that way too. It's hard to just sit down on a white paper and just write everything
has to
out.
come.
It has to come naturally. I agree. Well, great. Thank you so much for having me once again, Oro. We've been streaming for 4 hours now, so I want to wrap it up. But yeah, thank you everyone in the chat for tuning in, asking questions, getting the conversation rolling. That's huge. That's going to be a huge part of, what Onigiri Metaverse is all about. We're all about that communication. We're all about bridging the gap. That's the vision. Future's bright. If you're interested, tune into the Discord server, tune into the website. They're in the description. August 3rd, once again, is the mint date. That's when the NFT Vanguards get put up for sale. So the earlier you get in, the more benefits you get. You have nothing to lose. Let's, make this the best we can. And it kind of depends on, the player base in terms of the direction, because, I can't decide everything for myself. I don't have all the knowledge. I've learned a lot today myself talking to you, so that just proves that, as a community, as a unit together, we are strong. We have that direction. We have that game sense. And taking advantage of that will be key. So thank you so much for having me once again. Super honored. But I'm going to go tune off and probably get some sleep. I work tonight as well. So Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right, man. Well, it was fun. Definitely do this more often.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna just hang around for like 5 minutes and just address some finer points. But
Absolutely.
yeah.
All right, I'll see you around, Oro. Thanks again, man.
I'm always just a message away.
All right, see you later.
See ya.
Bye-bye, everyone in chat. Thank you again.
Okay, so Riku, you're asking about like NFT Vanguards. It's basically what they want to do is like when you get a Vanguard, it's going to be like an NFT essentially. So like what I'm trying to push for is that these NFTs are just skins. So if you get like, let's say you get a Vanguard, it's like $40. You get a Vanguard scroll. So, let's say you get 4 of them or 5 of them. Like you just buy them and then you buy like a Vanguard, and then when it comes time to unveil what you got, you could get like, it's basically you're getting a guaranteed platinum for $40, but you don't know what it is. It's going to be one of the 4 or whatever it is. So like the example we had was they had their first set is going to have Kotaro, Sasuke, Kenshin, and Lancelot, and then it's basically just for that server, the metaverse server. And when the day comes, like you can buy as many as you want or whatever, and then while supplies last, and then when the time comes, you flip over what you get, and like you basically the box opens its way up, and like let's say you buy 5 because you want to get 5 scrolls, and you get like Kotaro, Sasuke, Lancelot, Kotaro, and you're like, cool, I have 2 Kotaros, I want those, and the Lancelots, I'll hold on to those, but I got this one Sasuke, I know how good Sasuke is, I'm gonna I don't want Sasuke. I'm gonna go on the market and say, hey, does anyone want a Sasuke? And they'll be like, I want Sasuke. Will you trade me Sasuke for your Kotaro? And it's like, okay, sure. And then like there's gonna be because you're gonna own an asset, you're gonna be able to trade it. Now I was pushing for basically when you get this NFT, like your Vanguard, it's gonna have its own unique color scheme to it. So like let's say you get the Lancelot NFT, and your Lancelot is a randomly generated color palette to it, and you have a Lancelot with a red cloak instead of the black one or the blue one or whatever. And it's like, oh, I have red Lancelot. That's cool. But let's say you get like puke green and you don't like it. I was pushing for the option to make the NFT a skin for your character. So that like if you can have base Lancelot that always looks like Lancelot or whatever outfit you have for Awakening, but then you can use your NFT one to affect its color palette. And the same thing with like a weapon skin or an accessory or something like that. But basically the main point is since you would actually own that physical asset, you'd be able to trade it with someone else, and when the NFT reaches your account, it would unlock. Like they would have access to it. Like, oh, okay. Oh, I got a Lancelot? Okay, now I have a Lancelot. You know? Something like that. It seems pretty interesting. It might be fun to like test out, but then based on how you want to or not, just like get out of it, whatever. Did he say if it was coming to console? That's not on the menu right now. Like, I brought up the point of where even on PlayStation, we were able to, like, if you had a European account, you could play European only. If you had a Japanese account, you could play Japanese only on that account. But you could have them all loaded into the same console. So basically, I brought up the point where you could have like Oni Metaverse as its own game on your console, and it would log into that server. Or if like that was the idea we pushed. Like maybe you could put it on Xbox Series X or whatever to like play that version of it from your Xbox. Like that was the point we brought up. Right now, they only have plans for their own Metaverse server that would be accessible from PC from a client, the same way that PC would be, or Steam or whatever. Yeah, like it could, LOM. Like I know you're strongly negative towards this, and that's perfectly fine to be. It could be that could be the case. Like nothing is ever guaranteed to work. I hear you. I mentioned for me, like the guy who was running this all, he asked me, like he was here earlier, he's like, what did you feel about all this? And I said, personally, I don't really like have a big interest in this NFT and all this stuff. For me, I just want Oni to keep on going. So like whatever's good for like Oni as a whole, whatever keeps my server and my character and my community going, I'm down for it. Like that's my perspective of it. Like if this is what we need to live, then let the life support come. Let me breathe in this NFT. Right, like, and that's how me and Lyra felt about it. It was like, because they started approaching people in Discords, like, they would say, like, hey, how long, like, I remember they messaged me and they said, how long have you played Onigiri for? And I looked at them and I said, no one's ever asked me that before. Like, I'm like, usually people, like, he asked me, do you play Onigiri? I'm like, I never get that question, my guy. You know. Right. So, our main approach was just like, we don't really know what this is. Is this a scam? This is weird. I said we're going to wait and see and find out what it is. And then if it's good, we'll go. If it's not, then we'll stay away. And I think everyone should take that perspective. Now, they also brought up the point of, oh, my chat changed. Because I'm showing a picture here. Disconnect you to save bandwidth? Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm not in a call anymore. So, how do I do that? Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you guys just see a Discord page. That's fine. Yeah, it is what it is. So the main question I asked was like, because Steam is getting that thing that like when Switch got that thing that was shutting it down, like Steam was given like a thing that lets them transfer their character to JP or to Steam, and Steam is like co-opting with JP right now, like they're gonna submerge those servers. So I asked them, like, if something were to happen to PS4 Oni, would we get that same migration code that lets us go to JPPC or to this new server? And he said, it's possible, like, you know, as long as you can verify it's you, you know, like we fill out the form, yeah, I am Aurelia, I am 140, here's some screenshots I have or whatever. You know, just like when you try to do, like, a bug data recovery request. And it's just like, yeah, this is me, this is who I am. And it's like, okay, here's your code, let's go to JP or whatever. If that exists, if this becomes a fail-safe for our accounts to go there, fantastic, I'm all for it. You know, that's my perspective of it. Do I think they'll reopen the EU server and merge with the US? I brought that up too. Like, it wouldn't, yeah, I know I'm echoing, it's how it's been the whole time. My gaming computer broke on Friday when I was fighting Abyss. I beat him up too hard. So I'm streaming off my laptop, which is not supposed to do. So the mic's bouncing off itself. It was just part of it. It was like literally like last minute. It's all we could do. Because when I plugged in my Yeti, I couldn't hear anything. So even though it was picking up my audio, I couldn't hear it. So it was just like, it's just part and parcel of it all. Right. So, yeah, so the coolest, to me, like, this whole NFT thing is, like, it's a different way to get your characters. You can get guarantees, you can trade them, and they're going to come with a random color palette. They should come with a random color palette or a different version of that character that you own. Like, it's the same character, it plays exactly the same. There's no, like, objective benefit at all. It's just like your Lancelot's a different color. Your sword is black, whatever. It's sort of like all those monkey pictures where like they were different looking ones, but they were all still monkey. Like it's pretty much the same concept. Like it's still Lancelot. It still works functionally. It's just yours will have a different costume that is yours and yours alone. And if you trade it to somebody else, they get that version of the costume. Same thing with outfits. Like, you get an angel outfit, you own the base angel outfit, but then you have an angel outfit that's like golden because that's the color you rolled. And then their intrinsic value will increase because if someone wants a gold outfit and they're the only ones that has it, it's like, well, I want gold angel wings. That sounds fucking pog. You know? Like, that's generally what would go towards it. And there's also going to be quests that will let you earn, like, NFTs and crypto and shit like that. Like, you'll be able to play stuff. I agree with you completely, Straw. Like, the main thing is, like, we got answers. It's fine. It's nice to finally get something out of it. Yeah, PSN's pretty anti-NFT and all that stuff. So they're probably not, like, they're not, like, Sony's not really, Steam and Sony are not really, like, friendly with the whole idea of, like, crypto, mining crypto, all that stuff. They don't like that stuff. So that's why they have their own server for it. So basically the only way that, like, our characters would technically get there is if, like, the console itself stops supporting us, and then Cyberstep just let us transfer to that area, essentially. Yeah. So because like, transferring data is, like, important. Like, player retention is good. Like, making sure your veterans is happy is on their list now. Alright. Okay, so again, it's still been 4.5 hours for me. I gotta get going myself. I stayed after for a little bit just to call some stuff you guys are saying. Because I didn't have a monopoly on speaking today, so. Anyway, for those with further questions that came in late, like, you know, put it on the stream in the background, farm something, I don't know. It's 4 hours long, do what you want with it. It'll be there. We don't want it to be any longer. Yes, and a lot of these changes that I proposed, I want them for us too. Like, yes, I want their server to be as best as it can be, but I want these, like, quality of life changes, Masashi. I want them for us. You know, I want no more Purgatorium junk. I want repair ferries to work. I want, you know, everything to function as it should, if not better. A lot of these ideas I pitched, I want it for them, but I want it for us. I want it for everyone. I want the Oni to do better. You know, so that said, I'm going to get out of here. You guys have a great Monday, great week. You know, feel free to, you know, share the stream if anyone's curious, let them know, whatever. And there's going to be room for comments. If you guys want to leave a 10,000 word comment after this with your opinions, by all means, give me something to do at work tomorrow. I'll read it. But apart from that, I'm going to get on out of here. You guys have been great. We had a huge audience today, 30-some people, 31 likes. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. Whether you partake in it or not, that's up to you. And it's your call. You can keep playing our Oni. That's perfectly fine. I'll probably dabble with it, see how it goes. If it's good, I'll play it. If it's, you know, if it's not what I want, PlayStation's still there. So, yeah, it's just great to finally be able to, you know, they did an AMA before without me, and I'm like, man, I should have been there. So, and we'll probably do more stuff later in the week. So, be on the lookout for that. Stay subscribed, all that stuff. And yeah, I'll see you guys around. I need like 3 gallons of water and a bathroom trip.